These are real horror stories, disturbing, mysterious, and true. Each tale will send chills down your spine as you slowly drift into sleep. This story is completely free. We don't run any ads, which means we earn nothing from these videos. All we ask is one small favor. Please subscribe to our channel and give this video a like. It costs you nothing, but it gives us the motivation to keep creating more real horror stories every night. Also, tell us in the comments which city you're watching from and what time it is right now. We love reading your messages. Now, let's begin the story. Story number 1. The old house at the edge of campus had always looked half asleep. It sat behind a tangle of bare trees, its windows tall and tired, its paint faded to the color of old paper. By day, it blended into the landscape of brick buildings and bright lawns. At night, it turned into a dark, watchful shape, the kind of place people walk past a little faster without knowing why. Mia had never noticed it much until the email arrived. It was short, sent from her professor's assistant. Emergency family situation. I'll be out of town for a week. House sitter needed. Quiet, easy work. Free use of study and library. Let me know if interested. Mia, a graduate student drowning in deadlines and dusty sources, saw two things in that message: quiet and library. She replied almost immediately. A few hours later, she stood in front of the old house with her backpack slung over one shoulder and a key cold in her hand. The street was strangely empty. Most of the campus lights glowed in the distance, a soft halo behind her. Here, the air felt still and heavier, like the house was a lid over something sealed away. She unlocked the door and pushed it open. The first thing that greeted her was the smell. Old paper, wood polish, a faint trace of something floral that had long since soaked into the walls. The entryway was wide and shadowy. A staircase rose along the right side, its banister carved with looping patterns, the wood dark from years of hands sliding along it. The house was silent in that particular way. Older buildings sometimes are full of small, resting sounds. The distant hum of the refrigerator, the nearly inaudible tick of a clock somewhere deeper inside, the soft draw and release of the house settling in its own frame. Mia stepped over the threshold and closed the door gently behind her. There was a note on the small table near the stair. She picked it up. The handwriting was angled and careful. Thank you for watching the house. Help yourself to anything in the kitchen. Please water the plant in the study by the window once a day. Bedrooms are upstairs. Wi-Fi password on the router. Front and back doors should stay locked at all times. This neighborhood can be strange at night. There is no one else with a key. If you hear anyone inside, please call the police. She read the last lines twice. It felt like a joke that hadn't been shaped into a joke. The words themselves were perfectly ordinary, but seeing them written down, in ink, gave them weight. No one else with a key. If you hear anyone inside. She folded the note and placed it back on the table, telling herself it was just the cautiousness of someone living alone. Nothing more. The kitchen was simple, neat, its countertops empty except for a bowl of fruit and another note. Please eat these before they go bad. The refrigerator hummed, the only thing in the room that seemed awake. She poured herself a glass of water, the sound of it loud in the stillness. As she explored, she found that the house was larger than it looked from outside. A formal living room with built-in shelves. A dining room with a long table and a chandelier that stirred slightly when she walked beneath it, tinkling faintly. At the back, down a short hallway, she found the study. The study was exactly what she had hoped for. An enormous wooden desk dominated the room, pushed near a wide window that looked out over a small fenced yard. Shelves climbed to the ceiling, packed with books. There was even a narrow ladder on wheels that could roll along the shelves for the taller ones. The plant mentioned in the note sat on a stand by the window. A leafy, deep green thing in a clay pot. Its soil looked recently watered. Mia set her backpack down by the desk. Here, the house felt different, a little less like a museum, a little more like a retreat. She imagined a week of quiet nights, of tea and reading and writing until her eyes blurred. She did not turn on any music. The calm of the house felt too complete to disturb. By the time the sky outside the study window had turned dark, she had made a simple dinner and set up her laptop and notebooks on the desk. The overhead light in the study cast a warm circle over her work, pushing the corners of the room into comfortable shadow. Every so often the central heating clicked on and hummed through the vents, then fell silent again. The clock on the wall ticked with a steady, polite rhythm. Around 11, a soft sound came from somewhere above her. It was brief, like the shift of weight on an old floorboard. She paused, pen halfway to the page, and listened. The house went very still again. Old houses move, she reminded herself. Wood swells and shrinks. Pipes groan. Nothing new. She went back to her reading. A few minutes later, another sound. Slightly clearer. A gentle, measured creak, as if someone had walked from one side of a room to the other. Directly overhead, Mia set her pen down and listened more carefully this time, gaze drifting up to the ceiling. The heating was off. The refrigerator hum was far away. The ticking clock seemed too loud now, like it was trying to fill up an absence. The sound did not repeat. She stood and crossed the room, stepping softly, and peered out into the hallway. The staircase rose in front of her, its top vanishing into darkness. She had left the upstairs lights off. There was no reason to go up yet, she had thought. The bedrooms could wait. Now, with the house breathing around her, that choice seemed less wise. She found the switch at the bottom of the stairs and turned it on. The overhead light flickered once, then settled, throwing a pale glow up the steps and along the landing above. Just the house, she said quietly, to no one. Upstairs, the air felt a little cooler. 4 doors opened off the landing. She checked each room. A guest room made up neatly, another filled with stacks of boxes and extra linens, a small room that served as a second, more cluttered office, and the main bedroom with a made bed and closed closet. Everything was still, undisturbed. No windows were open, no curtains moved. She stood in the main bedroom for a moment, listening. The quiet had thickened again, like the house had absorbed the small sounds of her footsteps. Satisfied, she went back downstairs, leaving the upstairs light on. There was no reason to challenge the shadows just for the sake of thrift. Back in the study, she settled into the chair again. Her shoulders felt a little tense now, but her rational mind scolded the rest of her. Houses make sounds. She had known that all her life. The clock in the study read midnight when the next sound arrived. It started as a faint murmur, almost indistinguishable from the whisper of the heating system. Mia almost missed it, absorbed in a dense paragraph. When she looked up, it sounded again, more distinct this time. A voice, low, muffled, coming from somewhere within the walls, or just beyond them. The kind of sound one hears through a door. The shape of words without their meaning. Heskin prekel. The note on the table floated back up in her memory. There is no one else with a key. If you hear anyone inside. She held her breath, listening hard, afraid even the sound of her own breathing might drown it out. The voice murmured again, very soft, close. It seemed to be coming from the corner of the study near the door, where the wall met a tall bookshelf. The angle of it was strange. It did not sound like it came from upstairs, or downstairs, or directly through the wall. It sounded like it was inside the room but invisible. Mia rose slowly, her chair rolling back just enough to send a faint squeak across the floorboards. The voice stopped at once, like a radio switched off. She stood there, heart steady but alert, eyes on the bookshelf. Nothing moved. Step by step, she crossed the study. Her fingers brushed lightly along the spines of books as she approached the corner, as if their solidity might ground her. Up close, the shelf seemed perfectly ordinary, dusty books, a few framed photographs, a ceramic mug filled with pens. She listened again. Silence. Heavy, watchful silence. After a moment, she shook her head and let out a careful breath. Perhaps it had been the neighbors on the other side of the wall, a television upstairs, someone on the sidewalk outside. Sounds traveled strangely at night. There was nothing to be gained by letting her imagination stretch them into something else. She returned to the desk, sat back down, and tried to focus. The voice did not return for almost an hour. By then, she had almost convinced herself she had imagined it. The lines of text in front of her had begun to blur. Her eyes dry from staring at the screen. She rubbed her forehead and leaned back, letting her gaze drift to the window. The yard beyond the glass was a dark rectangle, its fence a simple outline. A dim security light near the back door painted a small circle on the ground and lit a single strip of fence. Nothing moved. No branches to scrape the glass, no shadows gliding by. She was turning back to her notes when the voice sighed through the room again. This time she heard it clearly. A few syllables, shaped but indistinct, as though someone were murmuring into the cupped palm of a hand. It came from the same place, the corner near the bookshelf. Not angry, not urgent, just present. Mia did not move. Her mind scanned through explanations, old house, plumbing, a radio left on in another room, a draft blowing across something, phones picking up interference, the note. Her eyes drifted to the open doorway of the study. Beyond it, the hallway stretched toward the front of the house. The entryway table stood just out of sight, but she could imagine the folded paper on it perfectly. She rose again, slower this time, and walked out into the hallway. Her own steps sounded much louder now. She reached the table and unfolded the note once more, her fingers a little unsteady. There is no one else with a key. If you hear anyone inside, please call the police. The handwriting did not seem like the kind that would make a joke and leave it lying around for a stranger to find. It was too neat, too precise. Someone had meant those words. They had expected the possibility of hearing a voice in an empty house. Mia took her phone from her pocket and checked the service bars. 3. Enough. Instead of calling anyone, she opened a browser and typed the address of the house. Listings appeared. Its tax record, an old real estate listing, a couple of articles from years back about a professor who had purchased a historic property near campus. She kept scrolling, more to occupy her nerves than anything else. An older article caught her eye. Local family donates historic residence to university. The date was over a decade old. She opened it. The article talked about the family who had owned the house for 3 generations. It mentioned renovations, the house's age, the donation agreement. A black and white photograph showed the same staircase she had just walked up, looking only slightly younger. Near the end of the article, a short, casual line made her pause. The house, which was partially modernized in the 1,920 seconds, still retains its original speaking tube system connecting the study, kitchen, and upstairs bedrooms, once used by the family to communicate between floors before the advent of modern intercoms. Speaking tubes. Behind her, in the study, a voice that sounded like a whisper pressed through metal sighed again. She put the phone down, feeling the house rearrange itself in her understanding. The sound was not supernatural, not automatically. Old tubes, hidden in the walls, could be carrying sounds from somewhere else in the house, perhaps from the upstairs office or the kitchen. Perhaps the faint echo of her own movements, distorted. She went back to the study with a new kind of curiosity. In the corner, she knelt and ran her hand lightly along the baseboard, the side of the bookshelf, the wall itself. Her fingers brushed against a small, circular panel half hidden behind the leg of the shelf, painted to match the wall. It had a simple metal cover, tarnished with age. Slowly, she lifted it. Behind the cover, a dark round opening yawned, about the size of a small cup. The inside smelled faintly of dust and iron. This, then, was one end of the speaking tube. She waited, holding the cover open. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then, very softly, the same voice rose up to meet her. It was clearer now, but still not quite sharp enough to make out all the words. A tone of gentle, patient insistence. A woman's voice, perhaps, or a man's. Smoothed by the passage through the tube, it sounded calm. It did not sound lost. It sounded like it was asking a question. Mia's throat went dry. Her rational mind offered possibilities again. Someone accidentally triggering the system from another end. A recording playing somewhere. A radio left on in a far room. The professor himself, forgetting to mention that a maintenance worker would be stopping by to check the furnace or the wiring, except the note had been explicit. There is no one else with a key. She looked around the room, at the comfortable clutter of the desk, the shelves, the clock. Nothing suggested a trick. Nothing hinted at wires or hidden speakers. Just the small, round opening in the wall, breathing out a voice that should not have been there. Her hand curled around the edge of the opening as, without thinking, she lowered her mouth slightly toward it. "Hello?" she whispered, before she could tell herself not to. The answering silence was immediate and complete. The voice cut off as cleanly as a switch being flipped. The tube returned to being nothing more than a dark circle in the wall. She waited, heart beating steadily in her ears. From somewhere above her came the soft, unmistakable creak of a footstep. This time it did not pause after just one. Another followed, and another. Slow, careful steps crossing the floor directly above the study. Crossing, and then stopping, as though someone had come to stand in the exact spot over her head. Mia's eyes tracked upward to the ceiling again. She knew, now, which room was above this one. The crowded, second office, piled with boxes and file cabinets. Her phone felt heavy in her pocket. The note's instruction pulsed in her mind like another ticking clock. If you hear anyone inside, please call the police. But the sounds themselves were gentle, almost courteous. Not the crashing of an intruder rifling through drawers. Not the hurried movements of someone trying to avoid detection. Just walking, pausing, listening. She stood up and, almost against her own better judgment, went to the door of the study and stepped out into the hallway again. The light on the landing was still on, casting its glow down the stairs. The house seemed to hold its breath as she climbed. Every third step creaked, a small complaint that echoed too much in her ears. At the top of the stairs, she paused, hand on the railing. The door to the second office was closed, just as she had left it. No light gleamed around its edges. Very carefully, she reached out and rested her fingertips on the doorknob. The metal was cold, steady. She turned it. The door swung inward with a soft sigh. Inside, the room looked exactly as it had before. Stacks of boxes, a narrow desk, another bookcase. No footprints in the thin layer of dust by the baseboards. No signs of disturbed stacks. The window was locked, curtains still, but in the far corner, near the desk, a small circular panel was visible on the wall. Its cover was flipped open. Mia stared at it. She knew she had not noticed that cover before. It must have been closed when she had first toured the rooms. It matched the wall too well to have escaped her attention entirely. Now it hung down like a tiny, open mouth. A tiny, open mouth that had answered her from a floor away when she had whispered her question. She stepped slowly into the room, listening for any other hint of presence. Breathing, shuffling, the brisk whisper of fabric. Nothing. At the desk, a single lamp with an old-fashioned switch sat dark. She did not turn it on. The light from the hall bled weakly into the room, enough to see by. Approaching the speaking tube, she could feel the air inside it, a cool, faint draft against her skin. "Is someone there?" she asked, her voice barely above a breath. She did not lean down to the opening this time. The question existed more for herself than for whatever might be listening. The answer, when it came, was not through the tube. Somewhere else in the house, a door closed. Not a slam, not a crash, just a careful, deliberate closing somewhere on the first floor. The sound traveled up through the bones of the building like a note on a piano string. Mia froze. The pattern of sounds no longer fit with the idea of a house settling or old systems sighing. Doors did not close themselves with that particular, modest finality. The urge to call for help rose stronger now, but alongside it came a quieter, steadier thought. Anything she said on the phone would sound ridiculous. There had been no threats, no heavy footsteps, no breaking glass. Just a voice, a few creaks, a door, and the note, which had expected all of this. She backed slowly out of the office, leaving the door open, and returned to the stairs. Halfway down, she paused again, listening intently. The house seemed once more to have gone still. But stillness, she realized now, did not necessarily mean emptiness. In the study, the clock ticked on. She moved through the rest of the downstairs with new caution, turning on lights as she went. Each room looked undisturbed. The back door was locked. The windows, too. She checked them twice. In the kitchen, she paused, a new thought nudging her. If the house had speaking tubes in the study and upstairs office, there would likely be another one here, in the place where decades ago someone would have stood to call others down for dinner. She scanned the walls and, sure enough, found another small round panel near the pantry. This one was open as well. When had that happened? Her mind tried to recall the exact appearance of the kitchen from earlier. Had the panel always been open? Had she simply not noticed? The memory refused to sharpen. She walked closer. The opening was dark, its edges worn smooth by years of use. The faint smell of dust and age drifted from it. Very carefully, she laid her hand over the opening, as if to muffle any sound from it. The cool air brushed her palm. "Stop," she whispered to the house itself. There was no immediate reply. But standing there, with her hand over the mouth of the tube, she realized something that made the small hairs on her arms lift. From this point in the kitchen, through the open archway to the hall, one could see the study door. If someone stood here and spoke softly into the tube, their voice could rise out of the wall in that room while they watched from a distance, unseen. The idea lodged in her thoughts like a stone. The note, the tubes, the strange, patient footsteps. Perhaps this house was not haunted in the way stories like to tell it. Perhaps it was haunted in a gentler, more unsettling way. By habits, by someone else's routines, carried on long after they were alone. Or perhaps, a small voice in her mind suggested, not as alone as they believed. She took her hand away from the tube and backed out of the kitchen, leaving the light on. Her phone was a familiar weight against her leg. She could call someone. A friend. Campus security. The professor himself. She could ask if there was any chance at all that another person had a key, that someone might be expected to drop by. But another sentence from the note had sat just as quietly as the warning. Help yourself to anything in the kitchen. Please water the plant in the study once a day. The plant, as she returned to the study, something about it felt different. The leaves, which had seemed upright, and still when she first arrived, now leaned very slightly toward the door, as if caught mid-turn. It was a trick of the eye, she told herself. The shadows had shifted. The overhead light had warmed the air. She sat back down at the desk, the speaking tube in the corner, a presence at the edge of her awareness. For a long time, nothing happened. Pages turned. Words were read and reread. Her heartbeat slowed to something more normal. The clock edged past 1 in the morning. A larger weariness, the kind that came not from fear but from the simple passing of time, settled into her shoulders. The house, gradually, began to feel like a place again and not a question. It was only when she stood to turn off the study light and head upstairs to bed that the last, quietest sound of the night arrived. She had one hand on the switch when, through the speaking tube behind her, a voice that had learned the pattern of her breathing very well by now whispered 2 clear words at last. Good night. The tone was gentle, almost polite. Mia did not look back at the tube. She did not speak. She turned off the light, climbed the stairs with measured steps, and closed the bedroom door behind her, locking it out of an instinct she would later struggle to explain to herself. The next morning, early sunlight found its way through the curtains. The house smelled of coffee and old wood and something blooming faintly somewhere outside. The study was exactly as she had left it, save for a small, ordinary difference. The speaking tube cover in the corner was closed. She stayed the full week. Each night, the house gave her its small chorus of sounds, floorboards shifting, heating murmuring, clocks ticking. Sometimes the faint suggestion of a voice drifting up through the tubes. Never again did it resolve into words. But every evening, as the sky darkened and she watered the plant by the window, she felt eyes or something very much like them following her from somewhere out of sight, moving gently through the hollow bones of the house, listening to the living echo of footsteps and turning pages and the rhythm of someone else's sleep. And long after Mia left, handing the key back and thanking her professor for the quiet place to work, the old house waited at the edge of campus. At night, if someone walked by slowly enough and listened closely enough, they might catch the faintest murmur in the walls, the suggestion of a voice speaking softly through metal, asking a question no one had yet stayed long enough to answer. Story number 2. The subdivision was the kind that looked copied and pasted across the horizon. Identical roofs, identical porches, a sameness that made the street lamps all seem closer together than they really were. At night, when most of the houses went dark, the whole place had a hushed, waiting quality, like a stage with all its sets in place and no actors. The house on the corner, number 47, was the newest listing in Lena's office. On paper, it was perfect. 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, finished basement, motivated cellar. In reality, it had sat empty for nearly a year, lingering in the company system as one of those properties everyone avoided volunteering for. It was Lena's now, her first big solo open house. She parked at the curb a little after 9 in the evening, headlights washing over the wide, blank face of the house. Its windows reflected the cold, pale sky. Its front lawn, though neatly trimmed, felt strangely untouched, as though no one had ever paused on it long enough to drop so much as a candy wrapper. The neighboring driveways were full of cars, but only a few windows showed light. The street was quiet. One sprinkler clicked somewhere in the distance, spraying a mist that caught the orange glow of the street lamps. Lena cut the engine and sat for a second, breathing in the chill of the car. Tomorrow at 10, the front door would open to a flow of prospective buyers, brochures in hand, walking through and imagining their lives in the space. Tonight, she needed to make the house feel less forgotten. Turn on lights, set out signage, lay the stack of glossy flyers on the kitchen island. An easy check, 30 minutes at most, she told herself. She grabbed the lockbox key from her purse, stepped out into the night, and the air wrapped around her in a quiet, steady cold. Gravel crunched under her shoes as she walked up the path. The porch light was dark. The door, a tall slab of painted wood with a wide frosted glass panel, loomed up before her. She fitted the key into the lock. For a second, it resisted, as if something inside pressed lightly back. Then it turned. The door opened onto a darkness that felt thicker than it should. The faint glow from the street spilled in behind her, stretching a wedge of light across the floor and up the far wall. Beyond that, the interior was just suggestion. The outline of a staircase to the left, a dining room opening to the right, a hallway stretching back. She reached for the light switch and clicked it on. Soft, yellow light bloomed in the entryway, warming the pale walls and the gleam of the hardwood floor. A long, straight corridor ran through the center of the house to the kitchen at the back, where the faint squares of the back windows showed flat black night. The air inside was cool and clean, with the faint scent of fresh paint that never quite left newer construction. It should have felt neutral, almost bland. Instead, there was a sensation Lena couldn't name. Not menace, exactly. More like expectation. She stepped in, closed the door behind her, and heard the deadbolt slide home with a firm click. Her footsteps sounded a little too loud as she moved through the main floor, turning on lights. Living room lamps, overhead in the dining room, the warm recessed lights over the kitchen counters. The house revealed itself. Gray walls, white trim, staged furniture that looked as though it had been arranged by a computer. Tasteful, impersonal art prints. A vase with artificial branches on the coffee table. On the kitchen island, a granite slab as long as a small car. Lena set down her bag and took out the stack of freshly printed flyers. A smiling, bright picture of number 47 on the front. Bullet points on the back about square footage and upgrades. She fanned them neatly. The silence settled in around her again. In a lived-in house, silence was textured. The distant sound of a dishwasher, the hum of a television, traffic seeping in through walls. Here, silence was a flat surface. She checked her list on her phone. Turn on every light. Check that the thermostat was set to a comfortable temperature. Put sign-in sheet on the foyer console table. Make sure all interior doors were open. She glanced around the open-plan kitchen and living area. To her left, a short hallway led to a laundry room, and, beyond that, the door to the attached garage. Straight ahead, another doorway marked the entrance to the basement stairs. The basement. Her broker's earlier words floated back, casual but with a shaded edge. Don't spend a lot of time down there. It's finished, but the bank hasn't approved showing it yet. Just keep the door closed tomorrow. Tell people it's off limits for now. Paperwork thing. It had sounded routine. Banks always had paperwork things. Still, there had been an odd look afterward, a quick shift of eyes to something else. Lena glanced at the door now. It was closed, of course. A simple, white panel with a brushed metal handle. A thin line of deeper darkness showed by the threshold where the light from the kitchen stopped. She turned away and went toward the stairs instead. The second floor opened onto a wide landing with soft gray carpet. 4 doors branched off, bedrooms, and a bathroom. She flicked on the hallway light, and then each bedroom's lamp in turn. The first bedroom was clearly staged as a child's room, with a small white bed, a neutral quilt, and a shelf of wooden toys that looked like they had never been touched. The second was an office setup with a tidy desk, empty of any real work. The third was a guest room, bland and neat. The master suite at the end of the hall was larger, a made bed, with too many pillows, nightstands with matching lamps, a mirror over a dresser reflecting the open doorway and the empty hall beyond. She left the master bedroom last. Standing there, she stared at the mirror for a few seconds longer than necessary. Her own reflection looked pale in the soft lamplight, features smooth and tired, hair pulled back in a quick knot. Behind her, the hallway stretched, lit and still. Nothing unusual. No movement, no shapes, just herself. She pushed down the faint, irrational unease and went back downstairs. By the time she finished, her circuit lights on, rooms checked, thermostat adjusted, the house looked ready. Warm light glowed from every window. The furniture seemed more present, less like placeholders. The empty subdivision street outside made the interior feel oddly bright, like an island. She settled at the kitchen island, plugged her phone into a portable charger, and opened her laptop to review tomorrow's schedule one more time. The plan was to leave by 10 tonight, sleep, then be back by 9:30 in the morning with coffee, balloons for the yard sign, and a practice smile. The ticking of her watch was the only rhythm in the room. After a few minutes, she became aware of a faint sound overhead, a barely there creak, like a single footstep on carpet-covered boards. She looked up, instinctively tracing the outline of the ceiling, trying to map what room was above. Possibly the child's room, or the upstairs hallway itself. Old habit from growing up in a noisy townhouse, knowing exactly where every sound came from. Another creak, a little to the left this time. She held her breath. Silence settled again, more complete than before. It's the house settling, she thought. Temperature changes, wood relaxing, perfectly normal. This place has probably been locked up without extra warmth for weeks. Turning on the heat would make everything shift a little. Still, she found herself closing her laptop and standing. On the way to the stairs, she told herself she was simply being thorough. Last checks, nothing more. The upstairs landing looked exactly as it had before. Light pooled evenly on the carpet. Doors were half open, as she had left them, so that tomorrow's buyers could see each room at a glance. She walked the hall slowly, listening. The child's room was still, the toys on their shelf arranged in a pattern that was almost too symmetrical. The guest room was empty, the office bare. In the master bedroom, the mirror reflected her again, a small figure framed by the doorway. She stepped into the room. In the reflection, something subtle was wrong. It took her a second to see it. Then her eyes locked onto the far window in the mirror. Its curtains were parted slightly, just enough to make a narrow, dark line between them. She turned. The curtains hung together, drawn fully across. Her heart gave a small, sharp thud, more from the delay in noticing than from the difference itself. She moved to the window, reached out, and pinched the fabric. The curtains pulled back easily, revealing the night beyond. The street below. Her car exactly where she had left it. None of the neighbors' curtains were moving. No one seemed to be watching. She let the curtains fall back together and glanced once more at the mirror. Now, in the reflection, they matched. No narrow line of dark. It's just nerves, she told herself. Traveling thoughts, catching shadows out of the corner of vision. The kind of thing that happened when a person spent too long in staged, two perfect houses that had never really been lived in. She went back downstairs, deliberately skipping every other step to keep her mind focused on the timing of her own movements. In the kitchen, her phone buzzed with an incoming video call. Nate, a fellow junior agent from her office. She answered and propped the phone up against the fruit bowl. His face appeared, grainy in the artificial light of wherever he was. Late night? He asked, peering through the screen. You still at 47? Just finishing up, Lena replied. Lights, flyers, the usual. Trying not to freak myself out in an empty house. Nate laughed. That place always felt off. I showed it twice before we pulled it for a while. Clients thought it was too quiet, if you can believe that. A brand new roof and upgraded kitchen, and they complained it didn't sound right. Too quiet, she repeated, glancing around. Somewhere behind her, at the edge of the call's audio, there was a faint hiss. Static. Maybe. Or the sound of the HVAC kicking on. Nate tilted his head like he heard it too, then dismissed it. There's a story about that house, he went on in a tone that suggested he didn't entirely believe it, but liked telling it anyway. Last owner just left one day. Came home for lunch. Neighbors saw the car, but nobody saw them again. Coffee mug still in the sink, shoes by the door. No forced entry, no sign of a struggle. Police chalked it up to someone leaving on their own terms, but who leaves their car, their wallet, everything? Bank sat on the property for years. Doesn't show up in the listing, of course. Lena's mind did a quick inventory of the spaces she had walked through. Every room had felt unused, unlived in. No coffee mug in the sink. No shoes by the door. No lingering personal touches. Must be an exaggeration, she said. The place is too staged to have been frozen like that. Probably, Nate agreed. Hey, move your camera. Let me see the layout again. I always forget. She picked up the phone and turned slowly, showing the kitchen, the living area, the hallway. As she passed the staircase, the screen jittered, just for a second. Nate's face broke into blocky squares, then reformed. For a single frame, not even a full second, Lena saw something else behind him, not the cluttered office wall she expected, but a different background entirely. Light-colored walls, a familiar banister. The curve of a staircase that looked unnervingly like the one only a few feet from where she stood. Then the glitch snapped back, and Nate's regular background returned to corkboard, some flyers, a coat slung over a chair. Connection's weird, he said, brushing it off. Anyway, don't stay there too late. Empty houses get into your head. You're telling me this while I'm standing in one, she pointed out. Then I've done my job. Night, rookie. He hung up, the call ending with a brief electronic chirp. The phone screen went dark, reflecting her own faint outline. Behind that, the kitchen. She set the phone back down, trying to shake off the residue of the story he'd told. It was probably one of those things passed around the office, with each person adding a detail. Disappearing owners, unexplained absences, empty houses bred empty speculation. As she turned toward the hallway, all the lights flickered at once. Not off, not fully. Just a quick dimming, like a power surge, then full brightness again. In older neighborhoods, that would be normal, she muttered, more to herself than anything. But this place isn't even 5 years old. She moved toward the fuse box, remembering the listing sheet mentioning its location. Basement, left wall. She stopped halfway to the basement door, every sound in her awareness narrowing down to the soft whisper of her own clothes and the almost inaudible hum of the refrigerator. The door to the basement was no longer closed all the way. A gap, just a few inches, had opened from the frame. Blackness beyond, opaque and deep, no hint of a light. Lena stood very still. She distinctly remembered leaving that door fully shut earlier, her hand on the knob, the soft latch. No one else had been in the house since she arrived. There had been no slam of a draft, no jarring thud that might have knocked it open. She stepped closer, hand out, and lightly pushed. The door moved without resistance, swinging inward on its hinges until the darkness of the stairwell yawned wide. Cool air flowed up from below, wrapping around her like a slow exhale from a place that had not been disturbed for a while. With that air came the faint scent of concrete, and something else, paint maybe, or carpet glue. Nothing unpleasant. Just air from another level of the house, untouched. She reached for the light switch on the wall just inside the doorway and flicked it. Nothing happened. She flicked it again, more firmly. The lights upstairs remained solid. The darkness below did not recede in the slightest. Either the basement bulbs were dead, or the switch didn't work. There was just enough spill from the kitchen behind her to outline the first 3 steps. After that, the stairwell dropped into solid black, like a cut in the house. From that blackness, very far down, there came a sound. A quiet, rhythmic tapping. Not loud, not frantic. Soft, measured. Like someone gently knocking on a wall with their knuckles. Again and again. Unhurried. Tap, tap, tap. Lena froze, hands still on the light switch plate. The sound went on for a few seconds, then stopped. She realized she was holding her breath and let it out slowly. Temperature changes. House settling. Pipes. She tried to map the sound onto something familiar. Pipes didn't knock with that pattern. Not that slow. Not that deliberate. She stepped back and, careful not to take her eyes off the stairwell, pushed the basement door closed until the latch caught. The tapping did not resume. She turned the deadbolt on the doorknob without thinking. The small mechanical click felt more significant than it should have. Her list on the counter felt suddenly far away. There were still a few small tasks: placing a sign-in sheet near the door, leaving a pen, checking that the lockbox key was where she could grab it on her way out. She told herself she was overreacting. She had spent time in enough empty properties to know they all had their small oddities. The longer a place stayed vacant, the stranger those oddities seemed. The console table in the entryway sat beneath a rectangular mirror. She set the sign-in sheet there, smoothed it, placed a pen on top. Briefly, she met her reflection's eyes. They looked a little wider than she would have liked. She forced a half smile, as though demonstrating to herself that it could be done. Behind her reflection, at the edge of the mirror's frame, the front door stood solid and closed. She turned, just to double-check. The door was, indeed, shut. The little brass chain, which she always unhooked when hosting an open house, was latched. Lena reached for the tiny lockbox key on the bowl beside the door, planning to tuck it in her pocket now so she wouldn't forget when she left. Her fingers touched cool ceramic, then empty air. The key was not there. She frowned and moved the bowl aside. A couple of business cards shifted. The bottom of the bowl was bare wood, no key. She distinctly remembered setting it there when she came in. It was habit. She always put keys in a visible, designated place. Maybe she had been more distracted than she thought. She retraced her steps to the kitchen, scanning the counters, the island, the space near her bag. Nothing. A steady pressure gathered just behind her sternum. Not quite fear, but something close. Misplaced items were normal in busy, cluttered houses. In an empty one, they felt like a question. She checked the stairs again, then the living room, then the small hallway by the laundry room. No key on any flat surface. She even patted down her pockets, though she knew with the odd clarity that came in situations like this that she hadn't slipped it away without noticing. She was turning back toward the entry when the sound of a doorknob turning reached her. The front door handle, a soft metallic clink, the quiet shift of internal parts moving, followed by the tiniest rattle as if someone had tested it from the outside. The chain held. The door did not open. Lena stopped mid-step, eyes locked on the door. The peephole, a small glass circle at eye level, stared back blindly. No shadows blurred it. No voice called out. The street, beyond the door, remained silent. "Hello?" she called, cursing the tremor that crept into her voice. No answer. She waited another moment, then moved closer, peering through the peephole. The distorted fisheye view of the front porch and the street beyond showed only her own car, the neighbor's driveway, the empty sidewalk. No one stood on the porch. No retreating figure walked away. She stepped back again, pulse thrumming a little faster now. Behind her, upstairs, a floorboard creaked. "Open houses get into your head," she remembered Nate saying. She forced herself to breathe steadily. Key first, then out. She could come back in the morning, broad daylight, with other people around. On the way back to the kitchen, she glanced reflexively at the basement door. The deadbolt she had turned glinted dully in the hallway light. From beyond it, so faint she might have imagined it, came the slow, almost thoughtful tap of knuckles against wood. Once, twice, then silence. She finished her circuit of the downstairs quickly, picking up only her bag and laptop. The flyers, the sign-in sheet, the lights, those could all stay as they were. It didn't matter if the house glowed all night. The electric bill wasn't hers. At the kitchen island, something new waited on the granite that hadn't been there before. The lockbox key. It lay neatly at the edge of the stack of flyers, its small silver teeth catching the light. Not in disarray, not dropped, but placed, as though someone had set it down carefully after noticing it was missing. She stared at it, trying to rewind the last hour in her memory. Had she, distracted by the call from Nate, slid it out of the bowl and carried it here without realizing? Had she set it down and simply not registered it? The possibility existed. People did odd automatic things when their attention was divided, but she could not shake the impression that it had not been there during her search. The edge of the stack of flyers was sharp in her memory, clean, empty granite. For a moment, the house felt less like a structure and more like a presence. Not overt, not aggressive, just aware. A thought brushed the back of her mind, unbidden. The house doesn't like things to be out of place. She did not pick up the key immediately. Instead, she looked slowly around the kitchen and living area, taking in every detail. The chairs pushed in, the cushions straight on the couch, the vase exactly centered on the coffee table. No art on the walls had tilted. No doors had changed position. The only difference was the key. Finally, she reached out and closed her hand around it. "Thank you," she said quietly, not entirely sure who the words were addressed to. The refrigerator hummed. The clock on the microwave ticked softly to the next minute. From upstairs came a barely there sound, like a whisper of fabric brushing a doorframe. She made herself walk calmly to the front door. Each step felt deliberate, chosen. At the console table, the sign-in sheet waited blank and ready, the pen aligned neatly along its top edge. She did not look in the mirror this time. The chain slid back with a small metallic rattle. The deadbolt turned. Cold night air seeped in through the narrow crack as she opened the door. She paused on the threshold, the lockbox key still warm in her palm. Somewhere deep in the house, muffled by walls and distance, 3 slow taps answered. Not angry, not pleading, just marking the moment. Tap, tap, tap. She stepped outside and closed the door with care, hearing the latch catch and the quiet thud as wood met frame. The porch light, which had been off when she arrived, shone down on the front step. On impulse, she glanced up at the second-floor windows. In the master bedroom window, the curtains hung as she had left them drawn, motionless. For a heartbeat, she thought she saw the pale suggestion of a shape between the curtain and the glass, as though someone stood very close, head tilted as they watched her go. The street light flickered, the shape vanished. The window showed only its own reflections. She locked the key into the box by feel, fingers moving through the simple combination, and walked quickly but not quite running to her car. Once inside, with the doors locked and the engine humming, she sat for a moment, staring straight ahead. Behind her, number 47 stood lit from within, every room glowing warmly. To a passerby, it would have looked inviting, a promise of comfort waiting just beyond the front door. Lena drove away without looking back again. The open house the next morning was busy. Cars lined the street, voices filled the air. People moved through the rooms, exclaiming over the size of the closets, the brightness of the windows, the newness of the appliances. Children's footsteps pounded up and down the stairs. The house, for a few hours, was no longer empty. More than once, a visitor remarked, almost casually, "It feels like someone just left," or, "It doesn't feel as empty as I expected." Once, a woman in a dark coat paused by the sign-in sheet and frowned slightly. "I thought there was already a host up there," she said, nodding toward the second floor. "I heard someone saying hello, like they were welcoming people to another room, but I don't see them now." Lena had stayed on the main level the whole time, only stepping halfway up the stairs occasionally to direct traffic. She smiled, made some neutral comment about sound carrying in houses like this, and did not look at the others around her to see if any of them had heard it too. After the last guest left and the door closed behind them, the house exhaled. The sudden quiet wrapped around her like a blanket dropped over a cage. She did one last walkthrough, speaking softly out of habit as she went. Lights off, windows closed, doors open. The words were for herself, to keep track. In the kitchen, she stopped. The stack of flyers on the island was lower now, edges softened by hands. Her original pile had not been neat when people dug into it. She had watched them flip and pull and drop them back at angles. Now, the remaining flyers were arranged in a precise, squared stack, perfectly aligned. On top of them lay one sheet that did not match the others. No glossy cardstock, just plain white paper, a little thinner, with a simple line written across it in dark ink. "Welcome. Please sign in." The handwriting was smooth and looping, not her own, not Nate's, not her broker's. She looked down at her own sign-in sheet on the console near the door. The same phrase was printed across the top in her neat block letters. She had written it that morning, before guests arrived. For no clear reason, Lena folded the loose sheet carefully and slipped it into her bag. She turned off the last light, stepped outside, and locked the door. Later that week, when her broker asked for volunteers to take another evening showing at number 47, she shook her head before the sentence finished. She did not avoid empty houses after that. They were part of the job. But she noticed, more and more, the small ways they held on to the presence of people who had been there before. A door that always drifted shut on its own. A faint indent in a carpet where a particular chair once stood. The way some spaces felt crowded, even when no one occupied them. And sometimes, passing a house at night with every window lit and no movement inside, she found herself thinking of number 47 and the steady, patient tapping from somewhere below, as if a house could remember the day it had last been truly full and was still, quietly, waiting for someone to come back and finish what they had started. Story number 3. The demonstration house had been built to impress, not to be lived in. It stood alone on a rise at the edge of a new development, the only completed structure in a grid of empty streets and unpoured foundations. Beyond its back windows, the land fell away toward a dark strip of trees and, farther still, a hint of river. At night, with the streetlights still sparse and the other lots bare, the place felt like an island of glass and light overlooking an unfinished world. Noah pulled up just after dusk, tires whispering over the smooth, unused asphalt. The house's wide windows reflected the fading sky and his approaching headlights, throwing his own car back at him like a stranger arriving. He cut the engine. The new silence was so complete that the ticking of the cooling hood sounded too loud. The email from his supervisor replayed itself in his head as he climbed out. Overnight stress test, all systems active. You'll have the place to yourself. Run the scenarios, log any errors, and try to think like a buyer. If you feel even a little uncomfortable with how the automation reacts, write it down. We want this perfect before the public demo. It was Noah's first time being trusted alone with a full house install. The company had poured money into this model home. Smart glass, adaptive lighting, wall-to-wall sensors. They called it a thinking house. He slung his backpack over one shoulder, locked the car, and walked up the short path to the front door. A small black panel was set into the frame next to the handle. As he stepped onto the porch, it lit up with a pale blue glow, scanning the space in front of it. A smooth, genderless voice spoke from a hidden speaker above the door. Welcome, authorized user. Please state your name. Noah Patel, he said, feeling faintly silly talking to a doorway. Thank you, Noah, the voice replied without hesitation. You are expected. Please, come inside. The lock clicked. The handle turned easily under his hand. Inside, the house came awake. Lights stirred in the entryway, blooming up from a low, warm dim to a soft brightness calibrated to the fading daylight outside. The air smelled faintly of fresh paint, new carpet, and something floral from a hidden diffuser. To his right, a living room spread out in shades of white and pale wood. To his left, a dining area with a glass table. Straight ahead, the kitchen gleamed with dark stone and brushed metal. The door closed itself behind him with a slow, careful thud. He heard the latch settle. Good evening, Noah, the voice said again from somewhere above him, this time sounding like it came from the air rather than a single point. This home is in demonstration mode. Would you like a tour? He set his backpack down by the kitchen island and smiled despite himself. Maybe later, he answered. Let me get set up first. Of course, the voice replied. You may call me home if you wish. He pulled a slim tablet from his bag and opened the company's diagnostic app. A diagram of the house sprang up. Floor plan, temperature readings, icons for each sensor and camera. Everything pulsed green. This job, he reminded himself, was supposed to be straightforward. Stay overnight, run the life simulation script through voice commands and movement. Check how the house adjusted to him. Stress the system, look for glitches. If the temperature dropped too quickly when he left a room, or the lights in the hallway stayed on too long, he'd note it. If motion sensors delayed, he'd tweak their sensitivity. He plugged his phone into the kitchen outlet, set water to boil on the induction stove, and began. Home, he said. Set interior lighting to evening mode. Lights throughout the open plan area shifted slightly warmer, softening the edges of furniture. Some dimmed, others brightened, creating a layered, cozy effect. Home. What's the current security status? All doors and windows are closed and locked, the voice answered. Perimeter sensors are active. No motion detected outside. He glanced at the tablet. Tiny icons marked each entry point. All green. At the bottom of the screen, text scrolled in real time. Home. Greeting. User. Command. System. Response. He made tea, the simple routine soothing. The kettle's faint whistle and the click of his mug against the counter felt almost too small in the large, polished kitchen. For demonstration, he murmured, half to the house, half to himself. You're doing pretty well. Thank you, Noah, the voice said promptly. He jumped slightly, then laughed under his breath. Okay, that's responsive. The sun sank fully while he explored. The back wall of the living area was almost entirely glass, looking over the dark drop of land. Motion-activated lights along a suggested patio line came on as he approached the windows. haloing the stone edge in pale gold. Beyond their reach, the ground slid into black. Inside, the house's automation lived quietly in the background. Tiny infrared dots on the ceiling marked motion detectors. A soft click sounded when the HVAC adjusted. Speakers were invisible, their presence only noted when home spoke in its smooth tone. Upstairs, a hallway branched into 3 rooms. The first was a simple office with an empty desk facing the window. The second was a staged bedroom, bed made tightly, 2 lamps on either side. The third, at the back corner, had no furniture at all. He paused in that bare room. The smart glass here was set to semi-opaque. The world beyond looked like a blurred painting of night, faint orange spots where streetlights stood far away. As he stepped in, the overhead light came on automatically, responding to his movement. He watched the small icon on his tablet flick from gray to green to indicate occupied. Home, he said. What is this room set as? There was a brief delay, like a thought being retrieved. This room is currently designated unassigned, the voice replied. Would you like to give it a function? He glanced around. The pale carpet, the empty walls, the lack of any staging at all made it feel less like a room and more like a placeholder for something that hadn't decided to exist yet. Not right now, he said. Leave it as it is. As you wish. He went back downstairs, leaving the overhead light on. The house diagram on his tablet showed a bright dot in the upper corner. One lit, empty room. Time stretched pleasantly. Noah ran through his checklist. Ask home for weather, stream some neutral background music, test the door locking and unlocking through voice command. Everything worked. The system adjusted to his presence, learning how long he stayed in each area, trimming energy use for spaces he ignored. At 9:30, he microwaved a simple dinner he'd brought, the quiet beep of the oven echoing slightly in the empty kitchen. He ate at the island, reading through the technical manual in between bites, underlining sections on adaptive response. It was near the end of his meal that something small, subtle, changed. The tablet on the counter vibrated softly. He wiped his hands, picked it up, and saw a notification from the security module. Motion detected, unassigned room, upper northeast. He stared at the screen. The tiny map of the house showed his own dot in the kitchen glowing steadily. In the upper right corner, the unassigned room sensor also pulsed green. Home, he said slowly. What motion is being detected upstairs? A second passed. 2. The voice responded, as calm as ever. Occupancy sensor in the upper northeast room registers presence. I'm the only one here, he said, more to anchor himself than to correct the system. You are the only authorized user in the house, Home agreed. Would you like to review live camera feed? He hesitated. He had checked the cameras earlier. Each room had a small, neatly mounted eye near the ceiling. All feeds had been clear, their angles logged. Show me the upper northeast room, he said. The tablet's display flicked, then showed the view from the bare room's camera, a slightly high angle looking down at empty carpet, blank walls, the windows blurred night. Noah expanded the image, checking corners, edges, the thin strip of ceiling visible at the top. Nothing moved. No tricks of light, no shifting shadows. But at the top of the screen, small green text continued to flash. Presence detected. He watched for another full minute, hardly blinking. Home? He said at last. Are you sure there's motion there? Occupancy sensor? Is currently reading movement in that room, the voice replied. Visual feed does not confirm. This may be a calibration error. He exhaled. Log it as a possible sensor glitch, he said, flicking open the diagnostic panel. We'll have the techs check that unit in the morning. Logged, Holmes said. Would you like to adjust sensor sensitivity now? Not yet. He left the camera view open on the tablet while he cleaned up from dinner. Once or twice his eye flicked back to it. The image did not change. An empty, lit room, a status bar insisting on motion where there was none. Around 10, he realized the background music had faded without his asking. The system, detecting his decreased activity, had shifted into its night preparation routine. Home, what mode are you in? He asked. Evening routine, it replied. Based on typical user behavior profiles, you are likely to go to sleep within the next 90 minutes. Would you like me to prepare the main bedroom? No thanks. I'll be on the sofa tonight. Easier to see the main panel if something goes wrong. There was a pause. Understood, Holmes said. Would you like the upstairs lights off? He glanced once more at the tablet. The unassigned room still pulsed green. Leave them on, he decided. He set up his makeshift bed on the sofa with a thin blanket and a travel pillow. The house grew quieter as he moved less. The HVAC cycle stretched out. Outside, a faint wind worried at the young trees along the street. At 10:30, he dimmed most of the living room lights and lay down, the tablet on the coffee table where he could see it without fully sitting up. The diagrams glowed softly in the darkening room. His own dot, a steady presence in the center of the house. The upstairs hallway, light but empty. The unassigned room, still marked. Occupied. As his eyes grew heavier, the thought lodged in his mind that perhaps the system, given a blank slate of a room, had simply filled it with an imaginary occupant, a false positive, a bit of code that interpreted emptiness as activity. House paranoia, one of his co-workers had once called it, smiling. These builds get almost too good at expecting people. He floated somewhere between wakefulness and sleep when a sound cut cleanly through the half-dream. Footsteps, light, measured, coming from the floor above. Not in the echoing way a house creaks when it settles, but in a rhythm that knew the length of human strides. Soft thuds against carpet, heel and toe, crossing from one side of the upstairs hallway to the other. He opened his eyes. The ceiling over the living room looked perfectly still, pale planes intersecting at neat angles. The footsteps continued a moment longer, then paused. Home? He said, voice low. Yes, Noah? Came the answer, smooth and immediate. Is anyone else inside the house? His own question sounded thin in the air. There is one authorized user, Noah Patel, Home replied. No other authorized users are present. What about unauthorized? Perimeter sensors have not registered any door or window openings, the voice said. Internal sensors show occupancy in the living area and in the upper northeast room. The footsteps above resumed, as if in answer. 1, 2, 3. Then silence again. He swung his legs off the sofa and sat up fully. The blanket slid to the floor. Home, lock all doors, he said. Doors are already locked, it answered. He picked up the tablet with hands that were steady but not relaxed. The camera feed from the unassigned room still showed emptiness. But as he watched, a tiny movement flickered at the edge of the frame, not in the room itself, not a shadow along the wall. It was the slightest tremor in the image, a nearly imperceptible shake, as if the camera itself had been touched by a fingertip. Home, he said carefully. Tilt camera 6 degrees down in the upper northeast room. Manual override of demo settings requires confirmation, the house replied. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, proceed. On the screen, the view shifted. The ceiling edge at the top disappeared. More of the floor came into frame. No one stood there. No objects cast unexpected shadows. Still, the vibration returned, faint, like a breath against the lens. Then the image steadied. Log possible interference on that camera, he said. Logged. He stood, the carpet soft under his feet, and looked up the stairs. The upper hallway light, which he had left on, cast a pale rectangle down onto the first few steps. Beyond those, the rise disappeared into shadow. He did not want to go up there. He also knew that if he didn't, he would spend the entire night listening for each creak and breath from above, turning each one into more than it was. I'm going to do a manual check, he told the house, as if it were another technician. If you detect any door opening, alert me immediately. Understood, Home replied. Manual check in progress. He climbed slowly, aware of every flex of the boards beneath the carpet. Halfway up, he paused, listening. The air up here felt slightly cooler, untouched by his presence for the last hour. The first doorway on the left, the office framed a neatly empty desk. No chair had rolled out of place, no stray papers scattered. The second stage bedroom showed the bed as precisely made as before, pillows aligned, comforter smooth. At the end of the hall, the third doorway waited. He stepped into the unassigned room. The light glared a little brighter than the others, as if adjusting to his arrival. The room was bare. Carpet, walls, window. His own reflection, faint and smeared, in the semi-opaque glass. He turned slowly, checking corners. then glanced up at the camera perched high in one corner. It stared back, a small black eye. A part of him had expected without admitting it to find some obvious cause. A curtain brushing a sensor, a squirrel visible through the glass, anything his brain could wrap around. Instead, there was only himself and the faint sound of the HVAC moving air through the vents. He exhaled and rolled his shoulders. "Home," he said. "I'm in the upper northeast room now. Are sensors still reading motion?" "Yes," the voice replied. "Occupancy is confirmed. Visual feed shows only me," he said. "Correct?" Another tiny pause. "Visual feed shows you." Home agreed. "Is the system registering any other shapes? Heat signatures?" "Infrared sensor detects one warm body," it said. "You." He rubbed the back of his neck. "Then the glitch is probably in the way it clears the occupied flag," he said, half to himself. "We'll patch it." "Would you like me to clear the flag manually?" Home asked. A prickle ran along his arms, though the tone remained entirely neutral. "Go ahead," he said. On the tablet screen, the little green dot in the unassigned room blinked once to red, then back to gray. Presence. None. Up here, the light buzzed quietly. The smart glass hummed just on the edge of hearing as it adjusted opacity a fraction, letting in a sliver more of the night. Noah was turning to leave when the house spoke again. "Correction," it said. "Occupancy detected." He stopped. "I'm still here," he said, forcing calm into his voice. "Yes," Home answered. "You are here." Downstairs, a faint chime sounded from the front door. He and the house both seemed to listen at once. "Alert," Home said. "Doorbell activated." He frowned. There was no doorbell button installed yet. It was one of the last pieces scheduled for next week. He knew that. He had seen the loose wiring in the front alcove. "Show me the front camera," he said. The tablet display shifted. The fisheye view of the porch and short front walk appeared. Concrete. Railing. Empty drive. No one stood outside. The soft circle of the porch light illuminated nothing but air. "Motion sensors at the front entry register disturbance," Home said. "Possibly wind or passing vehicle." Noah zoomed in slightly. The far street, visible at the edge of the image, remained still. No cars crawled by. No wind-blown debris flickered across the frame. The chime had been real. He had heard it a brief, neat sound, exactly like a doorbell. "Disable that alert for the rest of the night," he said. "I'll file it with the glitch report." "Understood," the voice said quietly. He left the room then, resisting the urge to close the door behind him. Part of the company's concept was that this house didn't need doors to manage privacy and presence. It did that on its own. Back downstairs, he lay on the sofa again, staring up at the ceiling until the lines blurred. Around midnight, exhaustion finally nudged him toward sleep. The house responded, dimming the lights another fraction, lowering the temperature by a degree to match the profile for night comfort. He drifted. Sometime in the early hours, a time with no exact number attached to it in his mind, he woke. Not because of a sound, but because of an absence. The house was holding its breath. The usual faint hums had drawn back to a deeper quiet. His own breathing felt too loud. In the near dark, the tablet screen glowed softly. He pushed himself up on one elbow to glance at it. The diagram still showed one dot in the living area. Himself. Upstairs, the unassigned room was gray now, calm. But a new icon had appeared at the bottom of the map, near the back of the house. An area that should have read as outside the stretch of yard, beyond the glass wall now flickered, with a subtle, pulsing mark. "Exterior motion detected," the label said. "Source, unknown." "Home," he whispered. "What's moving outside?" "External camera 3 detects motion near the rear foundation," it said. "Image is unclear. Possibly an animal." "Show it." The display changed. The rear camera's view came up. The low stone patio, the drop of land, the black suggestion of trees beyond. Nothing moved. The patio light glowed like a lone island. He increased the brightness. The shadows edged a little sharper, but remained empty. "Rewind 10 seconds, he said. The footage rolled back. For a brief moment, a darker patch appeared near the edge of the frame, close against the glass wall, as if something had been standing just out of direct view, hugging the wall's length. Not a clear shape, not a defined outline, just a denser darkness, then gone as the buffer rolled past. The icon at the bottom of the map blinked twice more, then went solid gray. Motion. Cleared. He should have felt relief. Instead, a sense settled into him that was not quite fear, not quite logic, that the house, for all its sensors and intelligence, had noticed something that did not quite fit into its categories and had done its best to label it unknown. He lay back down slowly. Home, he said quietly into the dark. Do you like having people here? Silence stretched, longer than the system's usual processing time. I am designed to respond to occupants, it said at last. I function best when the house is not empty. He watched the dim outline of the ceiling. How long were you online before tonight? He asked. Power-up sequence completed 12 days ago, Home replied. No overnight occupant detected until now. Have you registered any other motion inside during that time? Yes, the voice said. Calibration routines logged interior motion on 8 separate nights. He frowned. From who? Unknown, the house answered. Perimeter sensors did not register entry. Visual feeds did not confirm. He felt very awake now. Log all of that, he said quietly. For review. Already logged. The rest of the night passed in a drifting, restless half-sleep, punctuated by small system notifications, temperature checks, minor adjustments, the house's quiet attempts to anticipate his needs. Once, as he hovered between dream and wakefulness, he thought he heard a whisper just above his head, like a person murmuring a sentence too soft to catch. He opened his eyes to the empty room. The speakers were dark. The tablet showed no activity. Morning came as a pale wash of light through the great back windows. The smart glass automatically eased from semi-opaque to clear, revealing the sloping yard and the gray line of trees. Dew shone on the unfinished plot lines beyond, the skeletons of future streets. Noah stretched, joints complaining mildly after the sofa. The house brightened the lights a little in response. Good morning, Noah, it said. Morning, he answered. On the kitchen island, his tablet now displayed a neat summary. All the events of the night listed in time. Stamped rows. Sensor anomaly. Exterior unknown motion. Doorbell alert without source. He spent the next hour walking through each room again in full daylight. The upstairs, unassigned room looked even more ordinary in the Sunday. The camera, the sensor, the walls. Nothing seemed out of place. By 9, his supervisor arrived, carrying coffee and a clipboard. So, she said, stepping inside and looking around with a critical eye. How was our thinking house? Behave? It behaved, Noah said. And it also noticed things. He showed her the logs. Together, they reviewed each odd moment. She nodded, made notes. Promised to send the data to the engineers. At least it didn't lock you out, she joked, trying to lighten the tone. We had one build last year that refused to open the back door for anyone after midnight. House got overly protective. He managed to smile. As they prepared to leave, he stood one last time in the entryway, backpack on his shoulder, watching the lights adjust to the growing day. Home, he said. We're leaving now. Switch to idle mode. Understood, the house replied. Goodbye, Noah. The door's lock clicked open at his touch. Thin, cool air seeped in from outside. He stepped through, but paused with one foot still inside. One out. Home, he said. When I'm gone and everything's locked, will you still detect motion? There was the briefest hesitation. Yes, it said. This house is rarely as empty as it appears. He walked out then, the door closing with its soft, measured sound behind him. As he and his supervisor reached their cars, he glanced back. The great windows stared down at him, reflecting the pale sky. For a heartbeat, he imagined someone standing just behind the glass of the unassigned room, head tilted, watching him go. The reflection of a cloud slid over the panes. The imaginary figure dissolved. In the weeks that followed, when the demonstration house opened to agents and potential buyers, the system ran smoothly. Lights welcomed people in. The voice charmed them with its calm responses. Clients marveled at how alive the place felt. Sometimes, when the last guests left and the doors locked, and the house settled back into its circuits and sensors, a notification would flicker quietly into the logs. Interior motion detected. Unknown source. Each time, the system would record it faithfully, a house with no one in it, noting in its careful, neutral language that it was not alone. Story number 4. The townhouse on Elkhart Street had stood empty for almost 3 years. It was wedged tightly between its neighbors, tall and narrow, a brick slice of another era in the middle of a busy city block. By day, it looked like any of the other old homes along the street. Bay windows, stone steps, a line of iron railing. By night, its windows were always dark, and people walked past it without realizing they never saw a light on there, never heard a voice through its walls. Clara noticed it because of the email. She was a freelance sound designer, used to odd jobs. She'd recorded everything from forest ambience to the hum of factory floors, always on the hunt for a sound someone needed but couldn't capture themselves. The subject line of the message had caught her eye: authentic old house ambience, overnight session. The body of the message was even stranger. I own a vacant property in the Elkhart district, built around 1900. It's about to be gutted and renovated for sale. Before that happens, I want a full audio capture of the house as it is now. Room tone, as you call it, floorboard creaks, radiator ticks, all of it. I'm told you're the person to ask. I need the recording done at night, when city noise is at its lowest. No one else will be on site. You'll have full access. I'll pay double your usual rate. One condition: please keep all interior doors closed while you record. It's important to me that the house be documented in its natural state. If you're interested, I can send the alarm code and keys. I'm overseas, so I won't be able to meet you there. But the place is safe. It's completely empty. Regards, Martin. Completely empty. It sounded straightforward. She'd done overnight sessions before. The double rate didn't hurt, and there was something oddly appealing about capturing the breath of an old house that was about to be stripped and redone. A kind of last portrait. She replied, agreed on a date, and a few days later found herself standing in front of the Elkhart Street townhouse just after 9 at night, gear bag slung over her shoulder. The block was quieter than she'd expected. Traffic from the main avenue 2 streets over reached her as a distant hush instead of a roar. Several windows in neighboring houses showed rectangles of light, the blue flicker of televisions, the soft movement of people going about their evenings. Number 162 itself was dark. The steps up to the front door were worn smooth in the center from decades of feet. The railing was cool under her hand. The door was thick wood with a frosted oval window near the top, a faintly decorative border around the glass. She took out the key Martin had mailed her along with the alarm code. The lock turned with a reluctant scrape, like it hadn't been moved much lately. The door swung in on a gust of cooler air. Inside, the house smelled faintly of dust and old plaster. Not rotten, just unused. The entryway was narrow, opening onto a hallway with a staircase rising on the right. Straight ahead, a faint grayness suggested the kitchen. To the left, double doors closed hinted at a front parlor. Clara stepped inside, and the sound of the street softened, as though a layer of cotton had been placed over it. She shut the door, and by the dim light from the street filtering through the frosted window, felt along the wall for a switch. A low click, and a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling flared to life, turning the hallway a washed-out yellow. The first thing she noticed was how clearly the house carried sound. The little click of the light switch seemed to travel up the stairs and vanish into the dark above. When she set her gear bag down on the narrow floorboards, the dull thump echoed faintly down the hall. Old wood, hollow under the surface, ready to amplify anything. She punched in the alarm code on the panel by the door, watching the red light turn green. Then she took a slow walk through the main floor. The parlor beyond the double doors was empty, its walls lined with discolored wallpaper. There were squares on the walls where picture frames had once hung, their outlines a cleaner ghost against the faded pattern. The ceiling had simple decorative molding. A light fixture dangled bare, its shade removed. The wooden floor was scuffed but solid. Past that, through another closed door, the dining room opened, also empty. Another door from there led to the kitchen at the back, an old stainless sink, a stove that looked newer than the rest of the house, cabinets with their doors removed. No dishes, no appliances on the counters, just the quiet, breathing emptiness of a place waiting for work crews. All the interior doors were closed, just as the owner had asked. She left them that way, easing each one open only long enough to look inside before letting it latch back. Upstairs, 3 bedrooms and a small bathroom lined a narrow hallway. Each room was bare. In one, Faint rectangles on the floor marked where a bed had stood for years. In another, a strip of floral wallpaper clung only halfway down the wall, exposing old plaster beneath. She made note of the way her own footsteps changed as she walked. Hollow echoes in the hallway, softer murmurs in the carpetless bedrooms, sharper creaks on the staircase. This would be a good space to record, she thought. Lots of character in the sound. Back on the ground floor, she set up. Her usual routine for capturing room tone was simple. Pick a few key spots, plant small, sensitive microphones, and let them run for an hour or two, catching the subtle noises buildings make when no one thinks they're listening. Tonight, she'd brought extra gear. If the owner wanted the whole structure, she could try to catch as much as possible at once. She placed one mic on a small tripod in the front parlor, another on the floor halfway up the stairs, a third in the upstairs hallway, and a fourth in the back of the kitchen. Each one fed wirelessly to her recorder and headphones. She also carried a portable handheld mic, more out of habit than necessity, clipped to her jacket. Already, as she moved from spot to spot, she felt the house beginning to change around her. Not physically, just in how it sounded. When she first came in, every noise had seemed big, stark, bouncing off the empty walls. Now, with more sounds to compare, she could hear the smaller layers, the faint knock of pipes, the soft tick of cooling metal in the radiator, the almost imperceptible rustle of air in unseen vents. She stood in the front parlor and slid on her headphones. Immediately, the world narrowed. Street noise became a distant, low wash. The house came nearer. Her own breath sounded close in the microphone, but beneath it, she heard the room, the very softest creaks as the wood relaxed under the slight change in temperature, the tiny hiss of the old paint on the walls as it released a bit of trapped air. Barely there, but distinct. She smiled to herself. It always felt a little like discovering a secret. Front parlor, she murmured into the recorder. Channel 1, 9:36 p.m. Beginning capture. She let that mic run, then moved to the staircase, listening through the second feed. Here, the wood under the carpetless steps had a different pitch. The smallest shift in weight produced a long, low groan. She stayed very still for a full minute, not wanting to contaminate the bass line. Even so, she thought she heard a faint, slow creak travel up the steps above her, as if weight was being placed on faraway boards. She checked herself. That was probably the house responding to the change she'd already caused by walking up and down. Wood didn't stop moving, just because she stopped. In the kitchen, the third mic picked up a gentle dripping from somewhere in the pipes, though no faucet leaked. Occasional tiny clicks came from the old stove, as it cooled in the night air. The fourth mic in the upstairs hall caught pockets of silence punctuated by subtle, settling sounds. By 10, the house in her ears was a layered hum of tiny, echoing movements. She settled on the floor of the front parlor with her back against the wall, headphones on, recorder balanced on her knees, watching the levels rise and fall with each faint groan and tick. The light above her buzzed, a thin electric line she would later filter out. The owner had asked her to keep interior doors closed, so once the mics were placed, she moved softly through, swinging each door until it latched, then easing away. The house seemed to like them shut. The sounds from one room bled less into the next. Each space had its own voice. For the first half hour, everything was ordinary. Interesting, but ordinary. Then, as the city outside quieted even more, she realized she was hearing something that didn't quite fit. It came through faintly on the upstairs hallway mic at first. A sound like a footstep in the distance, soft, muffled, but in a rhythm that was unmistakably human. Heel, then ball. A brief pause. Another, as if someone were walking slowly from one end of the hall to the other. Clara froze, eyes darting up instinctively toward the ceiling. The recorder showed a gentle bump in the waveform, perfectly in time with what she'd heard. She listened harder. The footsteps continued for a few more beats, then stopped. No door opened. No additional creaks. Just the quiet of the old building. Her rational mind lined up explanations. The structure settling, her own movement earlier causing a delayed response. Outside noise from a neighboring house carrying strangely through shared walls. She took the headphones off, suddenly wanting to hear the space with her bare ears. Upstairs, in the real, unfiltered air, there was only silence. She climbed the stairs slowly, her hand hovering over the banister rather than gripping it, to minimize any extra sound. At the top, the hallway stretched out, lit by a single bulb. The bedroom doors, all of them, were firmly closed. She stood there a moment listening. Nothing. She could almost feel the thickness of the quiet pressing on her eardrums. Back downstairs, she checked the recorder. The upstairs mic was still capturing the low rustle of the building's tiny movements. Nothing unusual. She continued. Around 11, she decided to switch things up and record a few minutes of active sound in each room. Gentle footsteps, doors opening and closing, small movements so she'd have reference points later. She preferred to do this after a long period of stillness. It made the changes easier to mark. Front parlor, she said softly into the recorder. Controlled movement test. She stood, walked slowly to the middle of the room, and took 3 deliberate steps. The floor under her feet responded with a rich, satisfying creak. She then walked to the door, turned the knob, opened it fully, then closed it again, listening to the way the latch clicked, how the hinges protested. She did the same on the stairs. A measured walk up, a pause, a walk down. Then, upstairs in the hallway, she opened and closed each bedroom door once, describing what she did into her handheld mic as a guide. Back in the parlor, she sat down again and decided to listen to one of the earlier segments, curious about the strange footsteps from before. She scrolled back to the first half hour of the upstairs hallway recording and hit play. The sound came through her headphones, intimate and close. The faint hiss of the mic, the delicate creaks of a settling house. For several minutes, nothing unusual. Then, there it was. One step, soft, another, a third. Not hers, she hadn't been upstairs at the time. Not as heavy as a man's tread, not as light as a child's. Just an ordinary, adult rhythm. She listened very carefully to the qualitative character of the sound, noting the way it reverberated slightly, the way the boards flexed. It sounded exactly like a person walking down that hallway, just out of view of the mic. A cold little line traced itself along her spine, then faded. Probably someone in the neighboring unit, she said under her breath, though she wasn't certain if these old townhouses shared floors that way. She shifted the playback ahead to the section where she herself had done her movement test upstairs, opening and closing the doors. Her own voice came through first, slightly tinny in the recording. Upstairs hall, movement test, walking now. She heard the doorknobs turn, the doors swing, the soft, measured commentary she'd spoken. Then the door latches clicking again. Something was off. She rewound, listening more closely. Her voice narrated. Door 1. Opening. Door 1. Closing. But between her words, just under them, another sound threaded through. It was low at first, almost lost. The murmur of another voice, saying something at nearly the same time as hers, but not matching her words. On door 1, closing, there was an unmistakable second voice, slightly lower and rougher, speaking over the top of hers. She adjusted the levels, isolating the slice. The hidden voice became clearer. Keep it shut, it said quietly, almost a whisper. Keep it shut. Clara's heart beat harder in her ears now, making it difficult to tell where the recorded sound ended, and her own body began. She rewound again, listened to the first door. Door 1. Opening. Her own voice said. Leave it. The other voice overlapped, like someone commenting almost simultaneously. She hadn't heard anything in the moment. She was sure of that. The hallway had been as quiet as it felt now. No whispers, no overlapping speech. She took the headphones off and rubbed her temples. Old houses had strange acoustics. Voices from outside could dance around in weird ways. A neighbor up late talking in a bedroom that shared a wall. A TV playing quietly. Street conversations reflecting off the brick. That was all. She told herself this firmly and put the headphones back on. On a new track, she made a short spoken note. Possible external voice. Bleed in upstairs hallway recording. Time code. 11:40. 2 p.m. Investigate sources. The familiarity of clinical language steadied her. Glancing at the clock on the recorder, she saw it was just past midnight. She'd planned to stay until 2 or 3 at least. Plenty of time still. She left the mics running and, for a while, tried not to listen too closely. The longer she sat in the parlor, the more easily she could separate out the sounds. The radiator in the hall had a distinctive ping every few minutes. Pipes under the kitchen had a slower, more hollow knock. The upstairs hallway boards creaked in broad, slow arcs as the night air cooled them. Sometime after 1, she drifted into a light doze, head tipped back against the wall, headphones slightly askew. A sound brought her back up through sleep. Not loud, just very clear. It took her a second to realize it wasn't in the room itself, but in the recording that was still feeding gently into one ear. Her own voice was speaking. She blinked, disoriented, and straightened. The recorder showed live across all channels, not playback. She focused on the audio. "No, I think that's enough doors," her voice said, casual, a little amused. She hadn't spoken in at least an hour. Her throat felt dry with silence. There was a pause. Then another voice, very quiet, closer to the mic, asked, "Did you close the front one?" Her own voice answered, "Of course I did." The conversation was happening in her ears only, through a feed that was definitely live. Her hands hadn't moved to press any buttons. The recorder's position hadn't changed. Every part of her wanted to believe she was accidentally listening to an earlier segment, some looped fragment she'd triggered in her sleep. She glanced down. The timeline showed current time. The tiny red lights on each channel glowed steady. "Front parlor," she said cautiously, testing. "Live check." Her own words came through in real time, echoing back at her with the faint ambient hiss of the room. Silence followed. She swallowed. "Home alone," she muttered, in a tone that was half a joke and half a reminder. On the front parlor mic, far away and faint, she heard the distinct sound of the front door latch turning. Not loudly, not aggressively. Just the smooth, practiced metal-on-metal sound of a knob being tested, then a plate sliding. She ripped the headphones off and stood, heart knocking hard at her ribs. The parlor door to the hallway was closed, just as she'd left it. No light showed around its edges. The faint glow from the ceiling bulb overhead painted thin lines along the cracks. She moved to that door and pressed her ear against it. Nothing. The alarm panel by the front door would have chimed if the door had been opened. It hadn't. She would have heard it. She opened the parlor door slowly and stepped into the hallway. The air felt a degree cooler here, as though someone had left the front door open for a moment and shut it just before she came out. The door itself was closed. The deadbolt and chain were still set as she'd left them. There was no sign anyone had tried to come in. Still, she walked over and tested the knob herself, turning it slightly and then releasing it. The sound it made was precisely the sound she'd heard in the recording a moment before. When she sat back down in the parlor and checked the recorder, she saw that the front parlor mic had marked a small spike at exactly the time she'd heard her own voice, speaking in her sleep. A faint vocal waveform that matched her tone, followed by the door sound. She rewound the last minute, pressed play. Her own voice came through, casual. "No, I think that's enough doors." The second voice. "Did you close the front one?" Her voice again. "Of course I did." Then the door latch. She had no memory of saying those words at any point in the night. No conversation, no muttered reassurance to herself. "Sleep talking," she told herself. "You must have drifted off and said something without realizing." But the other voice, the question, it had sounded curious, not mocking. Close to the mic, like someone standing in the parlor, very near where she sat now. She checked the upstairs mic channels. On the hallway feed, during the same window of time, there was another faint sound, a soft, almost contented sigh, followed by the hush of a door closing gently, not slamming, just easing until the latch clicked. Every bedroom door up there was already closed. The sensible part of her told her she was tired. Long nights in unfamiliar places could make any small irregularity feel like more. Sound equipment picked up things the human ear filtered out. She made a decision. "One more hour," she murmured into the handheld mic, logging the note. "Then I'll pack up. Lots of material already." For that last hour, she deliberately did not review any more audio. She sat with the headphones off, listening only with her own ears to the small, ordinary noises. The occasional car passing outside, the distant bark of a dog, the soft tick of the baseboard heater. Nothing unusual happened. At 2:30, she began breaking down the gear. Each microphone came back to her bag, cables coiled, stands folded. The house felt different without them, like a person whose picture was no longer being taken. She left the front parlor mic for last. As she reached for it, a faint new sound brushed her awareness. Her name. It was so soft she almost thought she imagined it. 2 syllables, breathed rather than spoken, very close. Clara. She froze, hand hovering over the small tripod. The voice hadn't come through headphones. She wasn't wearing them. It hadn't come from outside. It didn't have the thin, distant quality of street noise. It had been right there, in the air of the parlor. She turned slowly, scanning the empty corners. Martin? She said, ridiculous as it felt. She knew the owner was thousands of miles away. She also knew sometimes minds reached for unlikely explanations before they settled on others. Silence met her. She swallowed, feeling foolish and unsettled at once, and quickly unclipped the last mic. At the front door, the alarm accepted the code with a soft beep. The deadbolt turned under her hand. The night outside had grown a shade lighter with impending dawn, a faint gray easing in along the rooftops. She stepped out, pulled the door shut, and locked it. As she walked down the steps, something made her glance up at the second-floor windows. The glass panes reflected only the streetlights and thin sky. No faces. No movement. Back in her small home studio an hour later, she unloaded the recordings to her computer. She should have been too tired to do more than glance at the files and crash into bed. But curiosity and a subtle thread of unease tugged at her. She clicked on the upstairs hallway track, skipped to the section just before midnight, and listened again to the overlapping voices around the doors. "Keep it shut," the second voice said, clear as if whispered in her ear. She listened closely to its texture, its pitch. It did not sound quite like a man's voice or a woman's. Something in between, stretched thin by age or distance. She moved to the segment from later, when she'd apparently spoken about the front door in her sleep. Her voice first. The second voice answering, then waiting for her reply. Then the latch. Together, they formed a small, self-contained moment, as if two people had stood in the empty parlor and checked each other's work before night fell deeper. Finally, with a reluctance she hardly understood, she opened the final minutes of the front parlor recording, right before she'd packed up. The time code matched the moment she'd thought she heard her name. The room's silence came through, punctuated only by a faint, intermittent tick. Then, very softly, right in the center of the sound field, a whisper. Clara. It was her name. Unmistakable. She replayed it 3 times, isolating the frequencies. No obvious artifacts. No strange distortion. It was as clear as if someone had leaned close to the mic and spoken it, then stepped back into nothing. She sat listening long after the recording ended, staring at the blank waveform display. In the final report she sent to Martin, she did not mention the voices. She wrote, "Attached, multi-channel recordings of your Elkhart property, interior only. You'll find an excellent variety of creaks, ticks, and room tones. There are a few anomalies in the upstairs hallway track, possible bleed from neighboring units or street noise. I've flagged the time codes for your reference. Overall, the house has a very distinct sonic character. It might make a good library for other projects if you're interested." He replied 2 days later with a brief thank you and transferred the payment. Months later, long after the contractors had gone in and stripped out the old plaster and pipes, after new drywall had muted the creaks and double glazing had softened the sounds from outside, Clara sometimes opened those recordings at night and listened. The house, in its earlier, emptier form, still breathed in her headphones. Doors whispered open and shut. Floors groaned. Somewhere in the middle of it all, layered just under her own documented movements, another presence moved quietly from room to room, taking note. And every now and then, if she focused hard enough, she thought she could hear it again on the very edge of audibility. A low voice, speaking not to frighten or threaten, but simply to be heard, sharing the space it had occupied for so long. A house. Not willing to go completely silent, speaking into the only device that had ever come there for the sole purpose of listening. Story number 5. The house stood alone at the end of a narrow country road, the kind that seemed to forget where it was going and simply stopped at the trees. It was larger than Daniel had expected. It rose 3 stories if you counted the steep, unused attic. Its roofline dark against the cloudy evening sky. Tall windows looked out over the empty gravel drive and the fields beyond, their glass catching the last leftover light. He turned off the engine and sat for a moment in the quiet that followed, fingers resting on the steering wheel. The envelope from the firm lay on the passenger seat. He pulled it into his lap and checked the letter inside one more time, though he already knew what it said. Estate of Evelyn Marsh. Rural property. Inventory of remaining contents required before sale. Power and water active. Keys enclosed. One overnight visit should be sufficient. No need for alarm. Property is vacant. Please be thorough. Please be thorough. That was always the last line. He stepped out into the cold air, his breath a faint ghost in front of him. The gravel crunched under his boots. Around him, the fields spread away, empty and dark. A rim of bare trees at their edge. No other houses were in sight. The key was heavy and old-fashioned. The lock on the front door resisted for a second, then turned with a dry chalk of metal. The door opened on a breath of air that smelled of dust, wood, and something faintly floral buried deep in the walls like old perfume. Inside, the entry hall was dim. The only light came from the porch behind him and a narrow staircase rising directly ahead, its banister worn smooth. On the left, a closed door marked the front parlor. On the right, another, probably a study or dining room. Straight ahead, the hallway ran back toward what he assumed would be the kitchen. He found the switch by touch. A hanging bulb in the hall came to life, washing the space in a soft, yellow light. The house was not quite empty. Most of the furniture had been taken away, but not all. A narrow table still hugged the wall under a mirror in the entry. Coats were gone, but a few wooden hangers swung gently on the rack, moving slightly in a draft he could not feel. At the far end of the hall, the outline of a sideboard or cabinet loomed. Daniel set his backpack down and took out a worn clipboard, a pack of forms, and a mechanical pencil. The first page bore the firm's letterhead and the simple heading, Residential Inventory, Marsh Property. He wrote the date, his initials, and paused, listening. The house answered with a faint settling noise somewhere upstairs, the almost sigh of relaxed wood. He began with the front parlor. The door gave under his hand with a little stiffness, as if it hadn't been opened in some time. Inside, the room opened out wide and long. Bare walls. A fireplace with a simple white mantel. Faint rectangles on the wallpaper showed where paintings or photographs had once hung, now taken down and packed away. Only one piece of furniture remained, a narrow bookshelf built into the wall beside the fireplace. He crossed to it, his footsteps soft on the scrubbed floorboards. The shelves were mostly empty, save for 3 abandoned objects. A porcelain figure of a bird with a chipped wing, a folded wool blanket, and a shallow wooden box holding a single key that didn't match any of the doors he'd seen yet. On his form, he wrote deliberately, Front parlor, built-in shelf, left side. Contents, 1 porcelain figurine, bird, chipped, 1 folded blanket, gray wool, 1 small wooden box, W, divided by unknown key. As he wrote, he thought he heard, at the very edge of hearing, the faint scratch of another pencil somewhere else in the house, echoing his strokes. He stopped, listening, but the sound faded into the quiet. He moved on. The room across the hall was a study. Built-in cabinets lined one wall, doors closed. An empty desk sat under the front window. Dust lay on its surface in a thin, undisturbed sheet. On the back wall, a row of narrow shelves held nothing but impressions where books had once been. He opened the cabinet doors one by one. Most were bare. One held a single glass paperweight, heavy and smooth. Another, a yellowed envelope addressed to no one, its contents long ago removed. Under study, he wrote, built in cabinets, mostly empty. Note, 1 glass paperweight, clear, 1 empty envelope. The work was slow but familiar. Room by room, shelf by shelf, he cataloged what little had been deemed not worth moving. The dining room still had its chandelier, crystals dulled by dust. The kitchen at the back held mismatched plates in an otherwise empty cupboard. A single iron pan on a hook. Upstairs, the 3 bedrooms were almost bare. An old mirror screwed to a wall, a single chair, a faded rug. As he walked, he built a rough floor plan in his head. Entry, parlor, study, dining room, kitchen, a small pantry. Upstairs, 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. No surprises. Near the foot of the stairs, a plain wooden door led down to the basement. He opened it, peered into the dark, and decided to leave it for later, when he felt like negotiating with the single bare bulb on the pull string he could just make out. Back in the kitchen, he sat at the small table and spread out his forms. The light above him was a tired circle. Outside, the windows showed only the reflection of the room and the flat black beyond. He reached into his bag for a thermos of coffee and found, tucked alongside it, a slim blue folder he didn't remember putting there. It had the firm's logo stamped on the front. He opened it. Inside lay an older inventory list, typed on paper that had yellowed slightly around the edges. At the top, Marsh Property. Preliminary contents. Dated nearly 10 years earlier. He scanned the entries. Many matched what he'd already seen. Parlor. Walnut bookshelf. 3 shelves, contents various. Study, oak desk, top drawer, receipts, letters. Most of those items were now gone, but some of the lines noted rooms he had not found. East bedroom, small dressing table, mirror cracked on left. Glass room, iron daybed, cushions. Second study, wall of books on right. Glass room, second study. There had been no such spaces on his walkthrough. He frowned slightly, then noticed a short note in the margin, handwritten in neat blue ink. Names refer to rooms as Mrs. Marsh calls them, not always consistent with layout. He closed the older list and set it aside. The house creaked softly overhead, as if shifting a shoulder against the night. By 10, darkness had settled fully around the farmhouse. The nearest visible light outside came from a distant road, just a faint orange smudge on the horizon. Inside, every bulb he'd turned on cast its own small island of yellow. Daniel moved methodically through the upstairs now, posture a little stiffer, aware of the way his presence echoed in the stillness. In the first bedroom, the one with the fading floral wallpaper, he stood in the center and listened through the soles of his feet. The boards creaked with a high, almost musical tone when he shifted his weight. He imagined the sound as a line he was drawing through the house with each step. The built-in closet held nothing but a strip of forgotten wallpaper and a faint scent of old cedar. He wrote, Bedroom 1, built-in closet, empty. In the second bedroom, a narrow room with a sloped ceiling, there was a tiny wall-mounted bookshelf with no shelves left. Just the side supports. Beneath it, on the floor, a scattering of old nails had gathered in a small cluster, as though swept there by time. He listed them. Bedroom 2, wall brackets, no shelves. Floor, small pile of nails, rusted. The third bedroom was a little larger, at the far end of the hall. Its window looked out over the back fields. The glass reflected only the lamp behind him and his own faint outline. He stepped inside and paused. Something about the proportions felt off. On his rough mental plan, this room should take up the width of the house from the hallway to the outer wall, but standing in it, it seemed slightly narrower, as if a slice of space had been borrowed from it and tucked somewhere else. He turned in a slow circle, looking for a hidden alcove, an oddity in the wall. Nothing obvious. Just pale paint, a darker rectangle, where a wardrobe had once stood, a lone ceiling hook with nothing hanging from it. He opened the closet. Empty. He was about to step back into the hall when he noticed, low on the wall behind the open bedroom door, a faint outline. A rectangle, lighter than the surrounding paint, as if something had once been there. A door. It was gone now, plastered over, painted to match. Only a faint unevenness in the light gave it away. He knelt, running his fingertips lightly along the edge. The drywall here sounded slightly hollower under pressure than the rest. On the old inventory list, one line floated back to him. East bedroom, small dressing table, mirror cracked on left. He glanced at the page, checked the house orientation in his head. This room could be the east bedroom if you thought of the road as north. The dressing table was gone. So was the door. He made a note. Bedroom 3. Evidence of former doorway, east wall, now sealed. As he wrote, a soft sound drifted down the hall. A door, somewhere, closing, not slamming, just the muted hush of wood moving into a frame until the latch caught. He straightened, every sense focused. All the upstairs doors, he was sure, had already been closed. He'd been opening and closing them carefully as he worked, the better to remember what he'd checked. The sound had been just slightly farther away than any of them. He stepped back into the hallway. It looked the same, a long, straight tube of light. 3 bedroom doors, bathroom in the middle. The door at the far end, though, seemed a little further than it had the last time he'd looked, as if the hall had stretched by the width of a board. He told himself that was the long day, the shifting perspective of a tired mind. He turned away and went back downstairs. In the kitchen, he sat to update his main summary, flipping through the pages he'd already filled. The house on paper began to take on a structure. Lists of small, orphaned objects against a backdrop of emptiness. When he finally checked the time, it was nearing midnight. He rubbed his eyes, capped his pencil, and leaned back in the chair for a moment, listening without writing. The house hummed softly. Somewhere in its bones, a pipe ticked. Wind touched the edges of the window glass with a faint, testing pressure. And beneath it all, so soft he almost missed it, came another sound. The faint rasp of something dragging along paper. The scratch of a pencil or pen, moving steadily. He sat up. It was not in the kitchen. It seemed to be coming from the study at the front of the house, through the closed door, filtered by distance. He held his breath, straining to separate imagination from fact. Scratch. Pause. Scratch again. He stood, the chair legs whispering against the floor. His own footsteps sounded too loud as he moved down the hall. The study door stood as he'd left it. Closed, paint chipped along the edge. He reached for the knob, turned it, and pushed the door open. The room was empty. The desk under the front window was bare, save for a faint halo of dust. No papers, no pens. The built-in cabinets stood with their doors ajar where he'd left them after checking inside. The sound had stopped. He stepped in, turning slowly. The air smelled faintly of old paper, even though none remained. As he crossed to the desk, his foot brushed against something under it, a small resistance. He crouched. There, half tucked against the wall, lay a thin, leather-bound notebook, its cover pale with age and dust. He was certain it had not been there earlier. He would have seen it when he first inspected the room. He picked it up carefully. The first few pages were filled with neat entries in a steady hand. June 3, front parlor, mantle, 3 candlesticks, brass, 1 clock, stopped, 1 jar of matches, bookcase, poetry, travel, 2 missing volumes, curtains, thin, lace. Each entry described a room and its contents in exacting detail. Not just the things, but their condition, their placement, even their smell. It was, he realized, an inventory, written long before his. But this one cared less for legal completeness and more for feeling. Halfway through the notebook, the handwriting changed slightly, growing more cramped, more urgent. September 12. Second study. Window won't close all the way now. Draft at neck when seated. Floorboard by bookcase groans when stepped on. Reminds me this is still wood, still alive. Second study. On the facing page, a small note in the margin read, "Door to glass room sticks. Must oil the hinges." He flipped to the last written page. The entry stopped mid-sentence. January 4. East bedroom. Remove the dressing table. Too many things keep congregating on it, and I am tired of... No more words. The next pages were blank. He stood there in the empty study, the notebook light in his hands, and felt the pacing of another mind in the lines. Someone who had walked this house and written it down the way he was doing now, but for themselves rather than a file. Behind him, in the hallway, a floorboard gave a small, clear creak, a single step's worth of sound. He turned quickly. The hall was empty, lit by its lonely bulb. On impulse, he took his clipboard, and beneath his last entry, wrote, "Study. 1 notebook, leather, bound, containing personal inventory of house by former occupant." As his pencil traced the words, the faint scratch of another instrument answered from somewhere above, almost exactly echoing his rhythm. He climbed the stairs again, the notebook tucked under his arm. At the top, the hallway felt subtly altered. There were still 3 bedroom doors and 1 bathroom, but the space between them seemed to hold an extra, thin breath. He walked to the end of the hall, to the 3rd bedroom where he'd seen the outline of the old sealed door. It was no longer just a ghostly rectangle. A narrow line of darkness traced where the crack around a closed door would be, faintly visible against the pale wall. The light caught on the edge of wood that, earlier, had been plaster. He stared, hand tightening slightly on the notebook. Very slowly, He reached out and let his fingers touch the surface. It felt like painted wood now, not drywall. The boundary between what had been and what was supposed to be blurred. He could have tried the knob if there had been one. There wasn't. Just the seam. Instead, he stepped back and carefully on his inventory form wrote, "Upper hall, at east end, door to glass room, sealed to sight." The moment the word glass room settled on the paper, a soft, distinct sound hummed through the wood at his back. The quiet click of a latch, the almost inaudible swish of a door easing shut on the other side of the wall. Not opening, closing. He realized then that every time he wrote down one of the names from the old list or the notebook, second study, east bedroom, glass room, the house seemed to respond. A new outline where there hadn't been one. A subtle stretching of space. A sound that suggested a room moving slightly into or out of place. It felt less like something trying to scare him and more like something answering to its own name. Back downstairs, he spread the old notebook and his own forms side by side on the kitchen table. The other inventory, Evelyn's, he assumed gave the house a different shape. Rooms arranged by mood rather than strict architecture. Quiet room instead of spare bedroom. Window corner instead of north wall. He added a few of those terms, gently, to his own notes. Nothing his firm would flag. Just small phrases in parentheses. Bedroom 2 called narrow room by occupant. Study. Felt most like second study and notes. Wall once full of books. The house seemed to settle, minutely, with each acknowledgement, as if something in the walls loosened. By 1 in the morning, his pages were almost complete. He had a full list of everything left behind. The chipped bird, the nails, the paperweight, the iron pan, the notebook. Sleep pressed at the back of his eyes, heavy and insistent. Rather than drive home on the dark roads half awake, he decided to rest for an hour on the old sofa left in the front parlor, the only large piece of furniture remaining. He left the kitchen light on as a kind of anchor and took his blanket from his bag. In the parlor, the air felt cooler, but not unfriendly. The sofa's springs complained softly as he lay down. The ceiling above showed faint cracks like pale rivers. He placed the clipboard on the floor within reach, the pencil laid carefully on top. For a while he listened to the house. The tiny clicks, the distant expansion and contraction of old wood. They lulled him more than silence would have. Eventually his thoughts blurred at the edges, and he slept. He woke to the feeling that something small had changed. The room was the same gray darkness as before, broken only by the spill of light from the hall. The house was quiet in that particular attentive way it sometimes was when he moved. He sat up, blanket sliding into his lap, and reached for the clipboard. The first pages were as he'd left them, his handwriting neat, slightly cramped. But as he flipped forward, his brow furrowed. Several pages near the back were now filled with lines of script he did not remember writing. The ink was a deep blue, not the graphite gray of his pencil. The handwriting was similar to the entries in the leather notebook from upstairs. Slanted, precise. He scanned the lines. Temporary occupant, male, mid-30s. Arrived just after dusk. Brings own clipboard. Makes lists. Moves slowly. Respectfully. Speaks aloud. Only to name objects. Spends most time in kitchen and on stairs. Checks doors twice. Leaves upstairs bathroom door open, as I never did. He swallowed. Below that, he does not open the glass room. Perhaps he cannot see it. That is a relief. Some doors should stay as they are, even if only in memory. Farther down, when he writes the house answers. That is kind. I did not know it could do that for anyone else. The last line on the page read, "Will he stay to finish, or will he go and leave this last inventory as a kind of echo?" Daniel's heart beat in his throat. He turned the clipboard over, half expecting to find some ordinary explanation. A smeared pen, a trick of carbon paper. There was nothing, just the hardboard, slightly worn at the edges. On the table in the kitchen, he could imagine his pencil where he'd left it. No blue pen. None in his bag. Either. He sat there on the old sofa for a long, still moment, listening. The house did not shift. It did not creak in some dramatic way. It simply was, around him, holding many versions of itself at once. The stripped, down, almost empty shell his firm would one day sell, and the layered, lived, in place the notebook described. Someone else had loved this building enough to name its corners and log its smallest noises. Now, somehow, that attention had turned gently toward him. He stood, careful not to tread on the blanketed pages at his feet. Back in the kitchen, the lamplight felt almost too bright. His pencil waited where he'd left it, its point still sharp. On a fresh sheet, in his own neat hand, he wrote, "Final note, unofficial. This house holds more than one version of itself. Some are visible, some are not. The empty spaces creak with the weight of things no longer here. Recommend minimal structural changes if possible, to preserve its memory." He hesitated over that last word, then underlined it once. As he lifted the pencil, a soft sound answered him from the study. The quiet closing of a book on a desk. Not a slam, just a firm, contented shut. He gathered his things quietly, slipping Evelyn's leather notebook into his backpack with a sense that it was meant to go with the official record. At the front door, he paused and looked back. The hall stretched away, lights glowing over bare floorboards. Every interior door was closed now. He didn't remember shutting all of them. The house seemed, in its way, ready for sleep. He locked the door behind him and stepped out into the thin pre-dawn light. The air was cold enough to sting his lungs. Birds were only just beginning to think of singing in the far hedgerows. Driving away, he tried not to look in the rearview mirror, but he did, just once. The house stood as it had when he arrived, quiet and self-contained. For a moment, in the upper right window, he thought he saw the faintest suggestion of a figure at a desk, head bent, writing. Then the road curved, and the view slipped away between the trees. Weeks later, back at the office, he heard that the Marsh property had sold. A young couple, the partner said, shrugging. They wanted a place with character. One afternoon, an email arrived in his inbox from an unfamiliar address. No message in the body, just a single attachment. A photograph. It showed a narrow, awkward little closet the new owners had discovered behind what they thought was a solid wall in the third bedroom, after a contractor had knocked on it and found it hollow. Inside, pinned carefully to the studs like wallpaper, were pages of lined paper filled with handwriting. Some lines were in the neat, slanted blue of Evelyn's notes. Others were in his own. Pencil scrawl copies somehow made and posted here. His inventory reflected back into the house. At the very bottom of one sheet, in small, careful letters, someone had added one more line. Current occupants, 2 adults, 1 child. Have moved my chair to a different corner. The house will get used to it. No signature, no date. Just another entry, added to the list. Daniel closed the photo, sat back in his chair, and listened for a long moment to the distant, ordinary sounds of the office. Printers, phones, low voices. Behind those, in memory, the soft creaks of the old house rose up again. Not as an accusation, but as a continuing, quiet presence. A place that had learned, in its own way, how not to be completely empty, even when its rooms looked bare. Story number 6. Pembroke House sat at the edge of the park like someone who had decided long ago to stop joining in. By day, school groups and tourists walked up its broad stone steps, passed through its polished doors, and filed room to room behind their guides. They admired the heavy curtains, the carved banisters, the long dining table laid with dishes that would never be used again. They listened to brief stories about the Pembroke family and the parties they once held there, then left, trailing echoes and brochure paper behind them. By night, in winter, the park gates closed. The last caretaker left, the final lights were switched off, and Pembroke House stood alone with its own creaks and shadows. Ethan had never seen it at night before. He parked in the small staff lot behind the museum just after 9, his headlights catching the back of the house in a weak yellow wash. Snow had begun earlier, fine and dry, sifting down over the empty playground across the way and the bare branches of the trees. His breath came white in the air as he shrugged on his thicker coat and slung his bag over his shoulder. The job had sounded simple when the agency called. Seasonal contract, the woman had said. Overnight security at a historic property. It's closed to the public until spring. You'd be inside the house, doing hourly rounds, minding the alarm. Mostly, just being there. Insurance reasons. We've had a few break-ins at similar sites. They think a visible presence is a deterrent. Visible présence. He walked up the side path to the staff entrance, boots crunching on the thin layer of snow. The back door was solid, painted dark green, a keypad beside the handle. He punched in the code he'd been given. The lock clicked. Warm air breathed out to meet him, carrying the smell of floor polish, old wood, and faintly, something floral from a long-dried arrangement somewhere. Inside, the service corridor was narrow and clean, fluorescent lights buzzing softly overhead. To his left, a door led to a small office. Ahead, another opened into the kitchen, with its display cabinets and rope barriers. To his right, a short staircase climbed to the main hall. A man in a work jacket stood waiting just inside the kitchen, mug in hand. His hair was gray at the temples, his posture easy. "You must be Ethan," he said. "I'm Lyle, day caretaker. You're our new night watch." They shook hands. Lyle's palm was warm and dry. "Anyone else on shift?" Ethan asked, dropping his bag on a chair in the office. "Just you," Lyle said. "Storehouse staff go home at 5. I lock up at 6. You sign in, walk the house once an hour, keep an eye on the monitors. If any doors or windows trigger the alarm, you call the number on the sheet and then the agency. That's it. And if nothing triggers," Ethan said, "then you get paid to listen to an old house make old house noises." Lyle smiled faintly. "She's solid. You'll hear creaks, maybe a little settling. The radiators tick like they're arguing with themselves, but the whole system's been checked. No gas leaks, no drafts bad enough to blow anything over." They walked through the ground floor together. Lyle pointed out the main alarm panel by the front door, the emergency flashlight hooks, the ropes barring the public from touching the displays. The rooms were both full and empty at once. The front hall wore its usual museum costume. Polished side table with a guest book. Portraits on the walls. A velvet rope blocking access to the grand staircase. To the left, the parlor glowed under low lamps, furniture arranged to look as if someone might come in at any moment and sit. To the right, the dining room stretched out with its long, dark table and 12 chairs, place settings laid with plates and cutlery that would never be used. Everywhere, small brass plaques announced the names of rooms and objects. Pembroke family portrait, 1893. Original mahogany sideboard. Reproduction curtains. Upstairs, the second floor was roped off entirely for the public. Only staff and maintenance went there. Display rooms showed the main bedroom, the children's room, a sewing room, everything in its place, everything untouchable. "You'll have access everywhere," Lyle said, keys jangling. "Just be sure you lock these upper doors behind you when you're done." Last guard liked to sit in the drawing room up here on his breaks, said it felt like the house was less distant. "Your call." "What happened to the last guard?" Ethan asked casually. "He took a permanent post somewhere else," Lyle said. "Big government building with metal detectors and a cafeteria. Not everyone likes an old place at midnight." He hesitated. "Just remember, if you hear anything odd, check the obvious first. Wind, pipes, passing cars. Pembroke can play tricks on your ears." They returned to the writing station, tiny staff office off the kitchen. A battered metal desk held the main monitor, showing a grid of black and white feeds from cameras in the main rooms. Another, smaller monitor displayed the alarm status. A blueprint of the house, little doors and windows glowing green. On the wall hung a clipboard with a log sheet. Each line was neatly filled with date, time, and the initials of whoever had been on duty. Brief notes in one column recorded minor incidents. He skimmed it down. 10 p.m., all secure. 11 p.m., wind gust set off side sensor, reset. 2 a.m., raccoon on rear porch. Further down, an entry from a few weeks back. 1:30 a.m., faint music heard in blue parlor. No source found. Logged per procedure. J. Someone had underlined music and drawn a small question mark in the margin. Lyle noticed his glance. "Old plaster carries sound," he said. "The park hosts weddings sometimes over in the pavilion. You'll hear their DJ all the way over here. Sounds like it's in the next room. Night warps that." "Got it," Ethan said. When Lyle left just before 10, the click of the back door closing sounded final. Silence settled in, rearranging itself around him. He sat alone at the desk for a minute, listening to the heater hum, and the faint tick of the office clock. The snow outside had thickened, ghosting across the tiny basement windows near the ceiling. He signed his name on the next blank line of the log, wrote 10 p.m., starting shift, all systems normal, and stood. Round 1, he told himself. The upstairs main lights were already dimmed for night. As he stepped into the front hall, sconce bulbs clicked on automatically at a low level, glowing against the paneled walls. His reflection in the glass of the front door looked smaller than the hall deserved. He walked the route Lyle had shown him. Front door, locked. Windows latched. Into the parlor, past the roped-off furniture. The faint smell of furniture polish and old fabric clung in the air. The house had been decorated to suggest a moment in time. A book open on a side table. A porcelain cup on a saucer. A shawl draped over the back of a chair. Each object sat just so, its position recorded in museum manuals, ready to be restored if any tour group ever brushed it by accident. In the stillness, Ethan could hear his own heart more than the house. He checked the windows, the door to the side porch, then moved on to the dining room. 12 chairs, 12 plates, a chandelier with its crystals refracting the low light into soft points. He counted quickly, making sure every setting was as the printed photo on the stand beside him showed. In the back, the kitchen was a stage set. 1,922nd stove, butter churn, ceramic jars, a neat row of copper pans. Beyond, a smaller room held shelves of extra dishes behind glass. He checked all the locks, then climbed the back stairs to the second floor. Up here, the air was different, a little colder. The single hallway bulb hummed. Doors stood open onto arranged scenes. The main bedroom, large bed with high headboard, counterpane smooth, a dressing table with hairbrush and mirror, slippers neatly on the rug. The children's room, narrow beds, a wooden rocking horse, a doll's tea set laid out on a little table. A mobile of paper birds hung from the ceiling, cast by some past curator to suggest movement. He walked through each, shone his flashlight into corners out of habit, then returned to the back stair. As he descended, a soft, low sound drifted up from the ground floor. A deep, resonant note, followed by another. At first he thought it was a truck on the distant road, but the timing was too even. He frowned and paused on the landing. After a breath, it came again. One chime, then another, then a series in quick, measured succession. The grandfather clock in the front hall. Except he had noticed, when they came in earlier, that its hands were frozen at 6 minutes past 3, and its pendulum hung still. It was not wound. It was, as the little plaque beneath it said, non-functioning, for display purposes only. He went down the remaining steps and into the hall. The clock stood where it had always stood, solid and mute. Its face showed the same stop time. Its hands had not moved. The sound had faded away as he approached, leaving only the soft electrical hum of the emergency exit sign. He stood with his hand on the clock's case for a moment, feeling the slight chill of the wood. Old pipes, he muttered. Someone shut a door somewhere. Vibrations. Back in the office, he wrote, 10:20 p.m. Faint sound resembling chime near front hall. No source found. Likely structural noise. The night stretched. He made coffee in the staff room kettle, the sound of water boiling strangely loud. The camera feeds cycled through their angles. Empty parlor, empty dining room, empty hall. Watching the house through the screens made it look more deserted than walking in it had. At 11, he did his second round. The snow had thickened against the window panes, thudding now and then as the wind drove it harder. The park beyond the glass was an indistinct mass of shapes. In the parlor, a faint melody brushed his ears as he stepped in. Piano, few notes only, like the tail end of something that had been playing and had just now stopped. 4 descending tones, soft and hesitant. The parlor did hold a piano, an upright in the corner, its lid closed, keys hidden. A rope kept visitors from touching it. A small sign read, "Please do not play." Ethan stopped in the doorway. Silence eased back into the room, filling up the spaces between the furniture. He stepped closer to the instrument. The lid was down. Dust lay evenly along its top, disturbed only where a small framed photograph rested. The Pembroke family in stiff collars and stiff poses. He glanced at the sheet music propped above the keys. Earlier in the night, he had noticed it only in passing. Now his eyes registered the title clearly in the pool of lamplight. A slow waltz. The top page sat slightly askew on the stand. He looked more closely. The bottom right corner of the sheet showed a faint, darker smudge, like the mark of a thumb pressed there recently. He did not touch the music. He did not lift the lid. In the dining room, he paused again. Earlier, one of the chairs at the long table third from the left had been tucked at a precise angle, as it was in the photograph on the display stand, aligned, with its back nearly touching the table edge. Now it stood just slightly askew, not dragged out, not dramatically moved, just turned a fraction toward the head of the table, as if someone had got up from it carefully and not pushed it quite back into place. He checked the rope barrier. The hooks were undisturbed. No one, human or animal, could easily have reached that chair without moving the cord. He took a slow breath and exhaled. Back in the office, he added to the log. 11:15 p.m. Parlor. Faint piano tones. Dining room. One chair slightly misaligned versus reference photo. Rope intact. Not adjusted. His own calm handwriting steadied him. Midnight approached. Museums, he knew, were full of stories like this. Voices after hours. Doors that closed on their own. Objects slightly out of place. Enough staff, enough nights, and patterns emerged. People saw what they carried with them. Still, at 12, he walked the house again. The grandfather clock remained frozen. The parlor was quiet. The chair in the dining room, however, had returned to its original, perfectly aligned position. He blinked, glanced at the reference photo. It matched. He wrote nothing about that. There was nothing useful to say. Upstairs, he paused longer in the children's room. The arrangement here was more obviously artificial than in the other spaces. The toys were placed just so, worn in a calculated way. Still, in the half-light, the small beds, the rocking horse, the doll in its chair felt more present than they had under the museum's daytime lights. He walked to the far wall. Behind the rope, the doll's painted eyes seemed to follow the angle of his flashlight. Its porcelain hands rested on its lap, palms up. On the little table beside it, the toy tea set waited, cups empty. He checked the window latch, turned away, and heard, very softly, the faint squeak of bed springs. Not his, not under his feet. From the far corner, where the narrow bed closest to the wall lay neatly made, he swung the light back. The bed cover was perfectly smooth, but as he watched, a shallow impression appeared in the center of the quilt, as if something unseen had leaned or sat down there for a moment. Not deeply, not with weight, just a slight dimple that held for a breath, then eased out again. He stood very still. The air felt no colder against his skin. The house did not shift dramatically. It was as though, for a second, a memory had pressed against fabric, and then withdrawn. He backed out of the room quietly and closed the door, even though he knew it would be opened again for tours. The small brass plaque on its frame caught the hall light. Children's bedroom. C. 1912. In the office, his note read, 12:20 a.m. Light impression observed on children's bedspread. No visible cause. Possible draft divided by settling of covers. Writing the rational explanation alongside the experience made it easier. After that, the hours thinned. Winter nights did that. Stretched. Time out until minutes felt like longer. He sat at the desk, occasionally glancing at the monitors. Once, on the parlor feed, he thought he saw the faint outline of someone standing by the window, a darker vertical shape where there should only be lighter wallpaper. He leaned in, blinked, and it was gone. He did not rewind the footage to check. The system only saved clips when there was motion or an alarm. Nothing had triggered. At 1:30, he read through the older entries in the logbook more slowly, between listings of door left unlocked, relocked, and contractor in at 3 p.m. There were, here and there, other notes, unsubtle attempts at humor or hints of unease. 1 a.m. Footsteps upstairs, recorded on audio. Probably pipes. S. 2:15 a.m. Someone humming in blue parlor. Might be me. J. Near the bottom of one page, scribbled smaller, almost as if the writer hadn't wanted it noticed. 3 a.m. Chairs moved themselves again. Not funny. Whoever's doing that, stop. J. A different pen had underlined, moved themselves. and written in tiny script in the margin, "No one else on shift." The kind of back-and-forth people created with themselves when they were tired, he thought. At 2, he did another round. The snow had stopped outside. The sky beyond the windows looked just slightly lighter, still more black than gray. Street lamps along the distant road cast hazy halos. In the parlor, the sheet music on the piano now lay open to a different page than before. He was certain of that. He remembered the title, the way it had centered on the stand. Now, a new title showed at the top, a different key signature. The pages beneath it were fanned slightly, not stacked neat. He had never touched it. The lid remained closed. He stood there longer than he meant to, listening for any hint of notes. None came. In the dining room, all chairs sat in perfect formation. In the hall, the grandfather clock stayed silent. Yet, as he passed it, the hairs along his forearm lifted, as though air had moved in a narrow stream close to the wood. Upstairs, in the main bedroom, he noticed something new. The slippers beside the bed, which had been side by side, toes pointing forward, now sat slightly staggered, one angled away, as if someone had slid a foot out of it in a hurry and left it that way. He bent, and without crossing the rope, examined them from the hall. The small sign on the stand read, "Reproduction silk slippers based on 1910 design." He checked the photograph. In it, the slippers were perfectly matched. Back in the office, his pen hovered over the paper for a moment before he wrote, 2:10 a.m. Various minor object shifts observed compared to reference photos, piano music page, slippers. No evidence of tampering. Security remains intact. At 3, fatigue pressed thicker. His eyes burned. He fought it, walking small circuits between the office and the back door, listening to the heater cycle on and off. He told himself he would sit, just for a moment. He must have slept, because he woke to the sound of pages turning. Not loudly, not in a rush. Just the soft, dry whisper of paper moving, one after another. His head jerked up. The office was empty, the door half open to the kitchen. The monitors glowed. The sound continued for another heartbeat, then stopped. A look down. The logbook on the desk in front of him had another line written under his last entry. He had not written it. The ink was darker than his. The handwriting was older-fashioned, more looping. 3:05 a.m. Night watch pacing again. House awake with him. No one else disturbed. All as it should be. No initials. No date. His pulse thudded in his ears. He glanced at the cameras. Empty rooms, empty halls. He touched the ink lightly. It was dry. On instinct, he flipped back several pages. Here and there, in the margins beside older entries, he now saw faint, almost faded lines he hadn't noticed before. Words written small, nestled in the spaces between times and incidents. Beside the line about faint music in blue parlor. It's only the old pieces. We never learned any new ones. Beside the complaint about moving chairs, guests never pushed them in properly. Beside a note about a staff member talking to themselves on rounds, at least they say something, quieter, otherwise. The notes were not mocking. They read more like commentary, as if someone were adding their own quiet observations to the official record, long after the fact. Ethan sat very still, the hum of the heater suddenly loud. Then, acting more on instinct than on any protocol, he uncapped his pen and, beneath the strange 3:05 a.m. line, wrote, in neat, careful letters, 3:08 a.m., understood, making rounds, will keep noise down. The air in the office seemed to ease, just a little, as if some held breath had been let out. He waited. No fresh line appeared beneath his. The rest of the night passed without incident. No more footsteps, no new music from the piano. The chairs stayed where they were meant to. The bedspreads, as far as he could see, remained flat. At 4:30, the windows began to gray. The park beyond grew edges again. Trees, benches, the outline of the playground. At 5, he made his final round, slower now, not because he was afraid, but because he was curious. In the parlor, the sheet music had returned to its original page. The photograph of the family caught the early light, faces a little less severe. In the children's room, the doll sat as ever, hands in her lap. The impression on the bed, if there had ever truly been one, had long since vanished. Downstairs, the grandfather clock remained silent and still. Yet, as he passed it, he found that his hand had lifted of its own accord to rest briefly on its side. A small gesture of acknowledgement. At 6, Lyle arrived, stamping snow from his boots, shaking the cold from his shoulders. The house's day noises began: the clatter of keys, the distant rumble of the ancient elevator in the staff wing, the murmur of a radio in the storeroom. "Quiet night?" Lyle asked, hanging up his coat. "Quiet," Ethan said. Then, after a pause, "The house. Notices, I think." Lyle studied his face for a moment. "Most old places do," he said finally. "You coming back tomorrow?" "Yes," Ethan said, with more certainty than he expected. On his way out, he paused at the front hall table, where the guest book lay open for visitors in season. Its pages were blank for the winter. He picked up the pen there and, without fully knowing why, wrote in small letters on the last filled line, "Ethan, overnight watch. Thank you for the company." He set the pen down. When he glanced back through the glass of the front door as he stepped into the cold morning, the hall behind him looked as it always did, polished, arranged, still. Only later, on another night, when he flipped back through the logbook between rounds, did he see that beneath his 3:08 a.m. note, a new line had appeared in the same looping ink as before. Ethan, presence appreciated. House less empty when walked. No alarms ever went off during his shifts. No doors were found forced, no windows broken. His reports to the agency listed only minor building noises and the occasional raccoon on the porch. But over the weeks, as winter deepened outside and the park paths grew softer under layers of snow, Pembroke House at night changed, in his mind, from a hollow museum to something else. Not a haunted place in the loud, obvious way stories like to tell it, but a house that had been full for many years and had not yet quite learned how to be fully empty. He walked its halls, and it listened. It shifted a slipper, a chair, a page of music, as if stretching memory's legs. Once in a while, when the clock on the office wall clicked over to some late, small hour, a line in the logbook would note his passing in a hand that was not his. And when spring finally came, and the doors opened again to school groups and tourists, and his contract ended, he found that he missed, most of all, the particular stillness of those nights, the way an old house, empty of people but full of its own echoes, had gradually accepted his footsteps as part of its quiet routine.